Wait,
Hello, everyone,
and
and
his
welcome
feet
back
devotion.
to Fleet's Random Ramblings. We're back again. Once again, you can hear Fox over there chuckling away in the background like the manic depressive she is.
just remember,
But yeah, welcome back,
send
everyone.
in to you your pictures of your feet to @feetofoceans.ipo box.
Shut up. Dear. Right, but yes, so here we are. Once again, everything should be okay. I did like a little test stream of going out to Twitch yesterday to make sure everything was all right. We should be going out to YouTube, so I'm just waiting for it to update. That it is actually going out. There we go. Yes, okay, all is right with the world.
Also, quick question, Flake, before we go live on YouTube.
We have gone live on YouTube already. That's what the announcement. That's why I did the whole.
Okay. Okay. So, quick question before we start.
Okay.
Why do you dress like you're on the river dance?
What are you talking about?
Some of the images from Japan.
No, I mean I get that, but
Are you telling me you don't know the British cultural heritage of the river dance?
yes, but I don't think that's me dressing like I'm in the river dance.
You do. You were in tweed.
I am not in tweed.
And a blazer.
When in Japan did I wear tweed? I did not wear tweed once.
Clark sent us the photos.
Oh! Oh, he got you! Oh my god, you...
Complete.
No.
Oh my... Oh, that's great! Oh, I told him it wouldn't work, but he was oh, and he did! He was right and I was wrong! Was it by chance a tweed? Was it by chance a tweed waistcoat?
No. Besides, I've seen you wear tweed outside of Japan.
When?
About over a year ago now, when you were coming home, where you're doing the webcam stream, where you had your face up, and you were wearing tweed and a flat cap.
Well, flat cap I was, but
So
I
I
wasn't
do know
wearing...
you wear tweed.
But I wasn't wearing tweed.
Yes, you were.
No.
Because you said that you had a traditional traditional Yorkshire flat cap on.
Yes, this is true.
Now, those are made with tweed and sinew. Therefore, you are wearing tweed unless you're a liar.
Where's Streamerbot? Okay, where is Streamerbot gone? Where's it gone? Dear, where have you gone, Streamerbot? Okay, where have you hidden away? Clearly hidden away somewhere. Oh, there you go. Now you're booting. For fuck's sake. Jesus Christ. Fucking hell. Honestly. Okay. Alright. Christ on a bike.
Why can't I find a fucking Vulpix, man?
Okay. Yeah, well, it was always going to be a bit squiffy. Getting everything working after being away for like 4 weeks, so it was always going to be a little bit squiffy. So...
It's a bit squiffy because he's got a bit of a stiffy, if you get what I mean.
Oh, can someone shut her up, please?
I don't know. That's a bit of a stiff punishment.
I think that should be Dragon's job.
Yeah, but it's also my job to make sure she has fun, so...
Duly noted.
Okay. And we are good to go, all being well. So, questions are now open, and people may now start asking questions on... Oh god, here comes the typical gunnery office.
Just remember, Fleety. You are the rabbits in my investment enclosure.
What the fuck?
What, do you not have any Patreon question to go for first?
Do you know what? Do you know what?
Considering I know Timu said he's already submitted his.
You know, I'm gonna have a look. it's been, see, that's been 4 weeks. I've been completely non-functioning on.
You function.
Yeah, apparently.
I'm
Yeah, so
not,
Team
right?
Blue Locker asks, what was the biggest culture shock when you were in Japan? Do you want to know the funniest thing? And this is the thing that really surprised me. I said it to the others as well. There wasn't one. Which
Doubt.
is the weirdest thing. It's similar enough. There are differences to be sure, but it's similar enough that nothing really went, wow, shocking, so different. Which is weird. I expected there would be, but there wasn't. Which is, I suppose you could argue that's the shock, I guess. That there wasn't one. That there was nothing that made me go, the trains are on time in the UK, for the most part.
Except for Dr. Cloud, obviously.
Yeah, apart from like,
One
he
of 100
had.
funny jokes you can tell
Oh,
yourself.
for God's sake, I'm sick of this narrative. Since fucking when? I don't know. The last, the couple of months I was using them to go all over the bloody country, doing my job. I think I had a train be late on me once out of using them every single day for 2 months, all over the country from Newcastle to London and everywhere in between, and both coasts, Liverpool and Hull, and everything in between. So, yeah.
A pretty bad record.
So, yeah, I don't know what this whole trains in the UK out on time bit comes from, because I've not had any problems.
That's because they're not statistically. The UK has some of the highest ratios of trains being late or cancelled in the Western world.
Deutsche Bahn would like a word.
No, Deutsche Bahn actually did pretty well in comparison.
No, it's actually reversed in the last couple of years. The British Railway Network is a lot better than it used to be.
It hasn't, Fleet. It's literally.
I mean,
some of the
Dragon,
newest has-
about the
Dragon, I
opinions.
am seriously, like, everything you've said about the UK Railway Network I have found to be wrong, so I do question your...
Everything I've heard about for you, I found wrong, but okay.
Okay, right. Someone asked National Rail. Go on their website and check. Because they're partially privatized, they're required to post their performance statistics,
You know what? Fair enough. That's a
including
good
their
point.
ranking.
That's a good point. Yeah, she's got a point there.
So
We
stop
can't...
the dick measuring contest and go check. We'll wait for you.
National Rail, you said, yeah?
Yeah.
National Rail statistic. I guess we're doing this. I guess we're doing it. Okay, government rail statistics.
Deutsche Bahn on the higher end of had a maximum cancellation rate of 4%. United Kingdom, various different railways themselves went over 8%. Both the northeast and the northwest of the UK alone are sitting at higher rail cancellation rates than Deutsche Bahn. Cross country had to cancel 5% of all of their trains, period. No matter where they were. And that's just a single operator.
And do you think that this number is somehow just...
I think this number is higher than the German one, which you said it wasn't.
Yes, you did.
So if you
don't
want
think
to
it
try
was.
that one again, Fleet, make sure you check your numbers. Hey.
So, okay, let's... Is Knight here? I'm just checking, is anyone... Oh my
Yes,
god!
I-
Oh my
have you not
god!
seen the question?
Jeez, I look away
you,
for 2
Renan.
seconds! I look away for 2 seconds! Jesus fucking Christ! Fucking hell! Have you been... Okay, they've clearly been storing them while I've... Yeah, they've been storing them while I've been away.
That makes sense.
Oh shit, I forgot. I knew there was someone I was forgetting. I was going to ask where he was. Yeah, there he is. I knew there was somebody I was forgetting. Sorry. and him as well. I nearly forgot about him.
How can you forget about me when you've done what you've done to me?
Oh, shut up, you...
Terrible.
Oh, bloody hell. You are not going to let this go, you gremlin.
No,
Also-
no, in nicest way. We are ready. We are preparing for the HR meeting next week.
Oh,
Don't worry.
take a
We
running
have
conk at
briefed
yourself,
the head
man.
of HR.
Ugh.
We are looking forward to next week.
This is what I get for
Drac
leaving.
is going to be talking about the lift incident. I'm going
What
to be talking
lift
about the multiple
incident? The
incidents
fuck
in
is that
Hawaii-
man
in
on?
Hiroshima.
Oh, wait.
Please,
You know,
grab the man's apparatus.
Oh, for the love of
in
God.
full grip.
Oh, for the love of God. One
In the
minor
middle of the
incident
street.
occurs and he blows it out of all proportion. For
in the
God's
middle
sake.
of the street, while we're walking
Please,
through
if you
Hiroshima.
expect to live with him, you are going to be sorely disappointed.
Ugh, bloody hell. See, this is why I've been just blocking out the latter half of the trip. Because you wouldn't fucking shut up about it.
Okay, so I need confirmation. Has Fleet been wearing tweed, or was it a psyop like he claims?
Both me and Dan confirmed he'd been wearing tweed last night.
We've been over this. I was not wearing tweed in Japan.
Seriously, at certain
I don't
points,
know,
he was
Fleet. Some
becoming
of
the
the
living
photos I've
embodiment of a caricature of a Brit abroad.
I am fucking bastards, honestly.
It's when
Typical.
even Drac is making jokes about where's the Victorian gentleman.
Typical. Typical. Now that I
He
all
gets in the
can't.
car and has a
Typical.
1,000-yard stare.
Typical. Now that I all can't fucking reach you physically, now you're all confident. Where's the flag?
Fair, last
To
I
be
checked,
fair,
the number of them had swords.
Fleet, you're not that physically
With
threatening.
you.
Calm down.
Even when you were hitting me on a
Also-
regular basis.
I did not hit
Why
you on
we
a
were
regular
still negative.
basis.
And last I checked,
You were bruising my shoulder.
last I checked,
If
Drac
that
has
little,
plate armor.
if that little effort, if that little effort is what it takes to bruise your shoulder, I am very unimpressed.
HR would like to remind its employees that any form of non-consensual physical contact is against HR regulations.
I would like
Yes,
to remind
and there was a
HR
lot.
that I am not an employee, I'm an employer, and she exists at my discretion.
She's employed collectively by the whole of the ship shape as our HR rep.
Like hell she is. Who
I don't
signed
know
off on
why.
this? Like hell she is. Who signed off on this?
Everybody before you joined.
Yes.
She wasn't even part of the whole circle before I fucking joined.
Doesn't
I
matter.
am responsible for her
They had precognition.
Oh yeah, I will admit that was Petra's finest work, or it was either Petra or Timu's, the Vickers Armstrong salesman and his escorts. but look, we can
Alright,
save. We can.
obviously,
Okay,
we,
okay, right.
answer
Look,
the
okay.
question.
So, all right, okay. So we're bringing back the
You've
talking
heard
stick.
Fleet
We're
go
bringing
punch
back
him
the
next for
talking
enough.
stick rule. We're bringing back the talking stick now that we've got enough people.
What rule?
You know, the talking stick rule, the thing I came up with to avoid ramblings degenerating into a massive slap fight.
The thing I keep in my hand at all times.
No, you bloody well don't.
Yes.
You're part of the reason it was bloody invented. Anyway,
Exactly. Why do you think I keep a hold on it?
anyway, moving on. So, we've got questions to get through, so we will absolutely get through them. I don't know if I'm transferring the questions to Stream Q&A log from Discord or Ruinon is. That's what I'm just asking right now. Am I doing that? Am I
You're
doing
doing
that?
it.
Am I
Don't
doing
need
She's
feet
driving.
of oceans.
Okay, fine, that's
Runon is
good.
feet of oceans now.
I
Runon is the feet of oceans.
I
and
will
in
acknowledge
nicest
that
way,
name.
I
I will
Right,
I
acknow-
have
Do not want to know.
I will
Can we
acknowledge
stop
that
memeing?
name
We're
when
trying
I
to get
am.
this set up.
Yeah.
We're trying to
I
get this
have
set up. Can you stop memeing for a second,
Okay.
please?
Yes.
I
yeah.
was just gonna say though, I have seen Drax's next one he's going to release, which is his next beta one based on Fleet's image, and it is a doozy.
Of course it fucking is. Right. Okay. So the first thing we're gonna do is I'm gonna push this button, see if it still works. It does. So we're gonna go YouTube, Discord, and we will go. And because of the amount of people we have, we'll do alternates. So again, I have first dibs as always. Then it's a 6-minute timer going from the top down, and then the next question from the bottom up. So everyone gets a fair shake. Right. Okie dokie. Knight6831 asks, why would the US worry as much about the Soviet bomb force threatening the USA if the Tupolev Tu-4 Bull was built from studying several strategic bomber prototypes, including the Heinkel 27. Hang on, I think there's another part to this question. Here we go.
The night question, it's always a two-parter.
Yeah, here we go. Hang on. It was built from several German strategic bomber prototypes, including the Heinkel 274, Junkers Ju-390, and Messerschmitt 264 instead of the B-29. They'd worry significantly less because all of those airframes, aside from the 390, have less range, far more structural issues, and much less room for growth than the B-29 does. And quite frankly, are stuffed full of all of the wacky, whimsical MacGuffins that came out of Nazi aviation.
Can I? Because I think
yes.
you're missing a critical point here.
Okay, I'm handing over
If
to
the
Fox
Soviets
for
don't
6
get a B-29, they're going to stick with their indigenous strategic bomber designs. Stuff like the PEA and its derivatives.
I haven't interrupted.
While they are...
I just have a question.
Can I just finish?
Yeah, go on.
And while the P8's significantly less capable, a good portion of why it's less capable is because I don't know if I could swear on this stream, but it had dog shite engines. If there's one thing the German strategic bombers had, were the BMW V12s were actually quite good.
My question would be, since seems to know a little bit about this, wasn't Tupolev already cooking on something in the post-war period that was then cancelled because he was told make a copy of the B-29?
Yes, and because of the war, Soviet strategic bombers had been delayed due to lack of use, and they were unequivocally a generation behind. But the thing that's causing them to be behind is engine development. And them getting their hands on the German engines, and then later the Rolls-Royce engines, would have been enough of a boon that they could have started to catch up.
Fair enough. Okay, next
Which just took them longer to drop the bomb.
I'll give my 6 minutes to Foxo because she's far better at aircraft than I am in my
Okay.
current mood.
I
just start making jokes about fleet again.
Are you, Fox, are you done with your 6 minutes, or you've still got a lot to run?
I've got a little bit.
Yeah, go on.
I'll take my time.
The issue is that stuff like what Tupolev and the strategic bomber, I think at this point they're still in the gulags. What they're designing, I say it's a generation or two behind, is because they're still using naturally aspirated engines in a lot of the designs, and they're non-pressurized aircraft, which, for when you're going to the post-war strategic bomber, you need the pressurized high altitude capability. And once the Soviets learn about the bomb and they get the criteria for an aircraft they need to carry it, then it'll take them longer to get an aircraft capable of dropping it. But the issue with the Tu-4 isn't that it's a B-29 copy, it's an issue that it's a nuclear bomb delivery system.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I'm done.
Okay. So next is Cyclic. Yeah, do you want your full 6 minutes?
Yes, please.
Okay, off you go.
I think this question will have the same answer regardless of the threat, the actual threat, because the perceived threat that the U.S. Air Force had was not actually based on a Soviet capability. It was based on them mirroring off of their own capability and being terrified of that. And then that building into a perceived, well, obviously the Soviets will do this. The Soviets never did. They instead ended up pursuing a different strategy, by and large, for nuclear delivery. They did build a reasonably large bomber force, but it was nowhere ever near what the U.S. was anticipating. For the early Cold War, a lot of what the U.S. was anticipating was formations of thousands of bombers flying in relatively close formation, all with nuclear bombs. That just fundamentally does not understand the reality of that nuclear weapons changes for bomber formations, or not even formations, but for bombing campaigns. As well as it just utterly does not acknowledge where the Soviets actually were. And it would take a lot of time for the US to eventually realize, hey, wait, the Soviets aren't doing this. And so I think irrespective of whatever bomber the Soviets had, I think the US is still going to have that bomber panic.
Fair enough.
So, that's me.
So Dr. Clark already gave his up. Dragon?
Can I just intervene a second? Because I got a question.
Of course.
Do you think the Soviets getting late to an aircraft that can actually deploy it postpones the fear for a bit?
No. Because it's a level of we need to be able to build up to stop us. Even though they weren't really considering how they were planning on launching a bombing campaign with nuclear weapons in their defensive strategy too much. It was very illogical. But that doesn't surprise me too much given the turmoil of the early U.S. Air Force. And the absolute need to prove themselves as the dominant fighting service of the U.S. It was a weird time.
Okay. Dragon, if you've got 6 minutes if you want it.
Don't really have anything else to say.
Moe?
Everything has been said already.
Guy?
Nothing to add.
Okay. Typical gunnery officer asks, what if the Russian Soviet T-series tanks have bustle autoloaders instead of carousel autoloaders? Do you think it'll increase their survivability? Turret not flying like IRL if the ammo rack is hit and rate of fire? I think it just... Okay. Right. So, give myself 6 minutes. I'm probably going to need them myself for once. Yes, the carousel autoloader, you have... Yes, with the carousel autoloader, you have this meme of turret tossing. And yes, we can laugh and we can joke about it. But when push comes to shove at the end of the day, if you think about... Not so much... So don't think about what happens after the tank gets hit. If we think about the whole survivability onion, having the carousel autoloader means that your tank can be lower profile, which means you are less visible. You are a squatter target to hit. And that is what the Russians went for. They went for not so much surviving being hit as let's try and not get hit. Although, of course, they did armor their vehicles to resist being hit as best they could. So, if you don't have this idea of going for the carousel autoloader, because also, yes, the carousel autoloader it's a very flexible system, and it does allow for a larger ammunition load compared to, say, a bustle autoloader. But if the Russians go for this, I think you've basically shifted their entire lineage of vehicles. You've not got T7. You'll not get T64. You'll not get T72, and you'll not get T80, T90, etc. What you'll get instead is probably a shift towards... Well, the thing is, for the one thing, the tanks will probably have to be larger. simply because of, well, you can't fit a autoloader into the style of turrets the Soviets like to build. You'll have to probably see, instead of the T-62 turret becoming sort of a even flatter, as it loses the loader, etc., you'll probably have to see them instead expand it outwards to, I'm gonna be honest with you, I can't see it. It doesn't fit with the way the Soviets are taking their tanks. There's a reason why they went with the autoloader they did. Because it fitted the doctrine they were going for to build their tanks this way. Okay, I'm going to move on. Guy, it's your turn. If you've got anything you want to say.
No.
Okay, Moe, you've got 6 minutes if you want it.
I mean, you basically covered most of the points I was thinking of. I can't really think of anything much for the moment.
Okay, Dragon?
Again, nothing really to add.
Dr. Clark?
I think fundamentally it's a case of you've changed everything about the design structure of the Soviet tanks. I think probably if they want to keep the low profile, they're going to end up with longer vehicles, which is going to be interesting because that's going to have an effect on their development of their railways and their railway infrastructure. Because fundamentally, length of tanks and 2 tanks to a transporter were part of their design philosophy that led to a lot of their developments and a lot of their railway rolling stock development. But yeah, I think you would end up with, if they still want to have low-profile vehicles, because I still like that part of the survivability onion, then they are going to end up having to go for a fundamentally longer vehicle.
Yeah. Anything else you want to add, Alex, or are you done?
That's it.
Okay, Cyclic, do you want your full 6 minutes?
Probably. We'll see.
All right, off you go.
So when we talk about survivability and we talk about the T-64, T-72, T-80, and we talk about that entire design generation of the Soviet tanks, because they all come out of one competition. They all come out of one competition that T-64 originally won. But if we look at that, in that moment when they were designing that, you did not have laser rangefinders. You had other rangefinders, but you did not have laser rangefinders and proper fire control computers in tanks. Nor did you have thermals. And so in an environment where you're lacking those 3, they went with the most survivable option, bar none. It's mitigating the profile of your tank. Because in that environment, it's typically going to take 3 to 5 rounds to get a hit on a moving target at battle range. And yes, you can shorten that with ranging machine gun fire, but now you're shooting tracers out there too, so you're giving away your position regardless. And that kind of factors into your force design, that factors into your tank design as a result of force design and all of that, because it impacts the way you fight and the way you expect your opponent to be fighting and how you want to deal with that. But they went with the most survivable option at the time. That generation of Soviet tanks is not an equivalent generation to things like the Leopard 2, Charlie 1, the Abrams, right? It's just not. It's in between the M60's generation, the Leopard 1's generation, the Chieftain's generation, right? And the next generation of Western tanks. It falls in between. It ended up being an awkward time to have designed a tank. Because of the developments you see not too long after that are now available by the mid to late 70s, but they're already committed. you would see them start to incorporate some of these things into their tanks, but that doesn't address the autoloader. And keep in mind, you can have a bustle ammunition rack and still toss your turret if you don't do it right. Look at Leopard 2. Oh yeah, I'm going to throw some shade on Leopard 2 here. For a Leopard 2 to have any sort of meaningful combat load of ammunition, they have to have ammo in their front hull stowage. That's an issue. Now, yes, you can put blowout panels in the hull and deal with that. There are ways around it. But when you have that much ammo in the hull, in the front of the tank, it is a survivability problem. Ask the Turks. Ask any 2A4 user, regardless. So it's not just a question of, oh, it's this style of autoloader. That's not the point. The point is the ammunition is not protected and sequestered away from the crew compartment and the rest of the vehicle with the easiest way out for any venting of gases, any combustion, right? Any explosion to be a blowout panel. That's the issue here. And the reason you don't see that on these tanks is their design, the fundamental design was set early enough where that really wasn't that much of a consideration in anybody's tanks, because it was all about minimizing your profile from the Soviet perspective, or from the Western perspective, shaping your profile in order to either A, not be there when they take the return shot at you, Leopard 1, AMX-30, or the exposed parts of the vehicle being shaped to deflect the incoming hit. So that is
1 minute left.
Something to keep in mind on these. So I can't say that this is all that's answerable of a question, for the same reason that other panelists have said, as well as, I mean, it's a fundamental change, and it's ultimately a hindsight question that wasn't even considered at the time, because it really wasn't a valid threat at the time.
Right. Okay, Foxo, you've got some time if you need it.
Ain't my circus, ain't my monkeys when it comes to tanks.
Fair enough. Okay, I'm going to very quickly deal with this one. Bone Meal Boy, how long do the panel think the SAF will hold out against the RSF in El Fashir? That is A, way too modern day. B, it's an actual conflict going on where people are dying right now, and it's quite frankly a hellish situation. So if the rest of the panel don't object, I'm just going to go no and move on.
Let's skip it. There's not enough information to even really talk about it.
Yeah. No one else have any objections to that?
Not really.
They're doing the RSF versus the SAF.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the nicest way, the SAF have logistics. The RSF are a very strong paramilitary group, but they don't have logistics.
And actually, I'll just leave that there. I'm just going to leave that there.
I'm not going to lie, I don't know who either of them are, so I can't say.
Basically, Sudan decided to try and minimize the risk of civil war and try and minimize the risk of its military taking over. They had the split between the armed forces and some paramilitary forces, which are normally titularly in Western media referred to as the Rapid Support Forces, whereas of course the Sudanese armed forces. And both sides were kept to an extent weak. Unfortunately, it has now led to, as rather predictably, when you have two armed forces in your country and they respond to different sections and different groups in your society, has led to a civil war.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Moving on.
Particularly when they're controlled by opposing ethnic groups.
Yes, it's just so many bright ideas in that particular structure.
Mm-hmm. Right, YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what is your opinion on the Norfolk and Western 611 and similar streamlined locomotives? And do you have any recommendations for model brands for acquiring them? I asked in Brew Ships yesterday and they pointed me here. Now, I haven't done railway modelling in a while, But when I was last doing it, you couldn't really go wrong with Bachmann, Spectrum. If you want detail models, Bachmann, Spectrum.
Please stop making those suggestions. Look, there's a very good YouTube channel called Sam's Trains. Go there if you're interested.
He doesn't really do American models, if I'm honest. I wouldn't really.
He doesn't do American models, but if you're looking for Sam's Trains, there's good links down in the bottom of his thing to other modelers, including some who do American ones.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, go there. But in terms of the actual locomotives themselves, 611 is okay. Look, she's a passenger 484, and there were a few of them.
T1.
Shut up! I will get there when I get there. I will get there when I get there. Anyway, so she's a passenger 484. She's of this last generation of American passenger locomotives. Similar vein just to like the FEF3s, the New York Central Niagaras, the Pennsylvania Railroad T1s and their duplex pizzazz, the Santa Fe's 484s, and of course, the famous GS4 Daylights of the Southern Pacific. They were arguably the peak of passenger steam power anywhere in the world, I'd argue, as a collection of locomotives. And in terms of streamlining generally, I do have a soft spot for streamlining, but it does vary on a loco-by-loco basis. For example, I'm very fond of New York Central and Baltimore and Ohio streamlined steam locomotives, whereas I do not like the look of Chesapeake and Ohio streamliners or the streamliners of the Pennsylvania Railroad, including the fucking T1s.
Deal with it. You don't like the horsepower.
You can fucking read the background.
You can't handle it. You can't handle the
background
horsepower.
if you like. You bloody standard railroad of the world, Dan. Anyway, but yeah, so honestly, I do rate continental and American streamlining far above UK streamlining. If I'm honest, the quite frankly, the A4s and the Bullied Pacifics and the Coronations are just plain in terms of their streamlining. If I'm going to be brutally honest with you, compared to some of the
You're telling me the trains which are designed to have a minimalistic profile that are meant to look pretty much so wind doesn't interfere do not look fancy.
No.
I wonder why.
You don't understand, Dragon. You don't understand. You don't understand. Streamlining
it's
is
just our resident francophone.
Yeah.
We all know he's the guy who in the 1930s would have said, "Yes, I know the Nazis are bad people, but look at the swankiness of their uniforms."
Okay, I am drawing a line under that one. I'm rounding on you. I am rounding on you with a ton of fucking bricks.
You, Alex.
Yeah, I'm rounding on you with a fucking ton of bricks.
Inappropriately, I'm getting revenge.
Son of a bitch. Anyway, so right. Okay. So, okay, my 6
You're
minutes.
Just walking through your day, walking through Hiroshima, thinking about all the things going on there, and suddenly
please
that
don't
happens.
make me full rank. I need to get this. So, since other people I know have opinions,
Institutional corruption, I see.
Oh, for fuck's
He
sake!
keeps abusing his power to try and silence it.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Bleed, do you work at Blizzard by any chance?
Fucking Jesus Christ! Anyway, Foxo, do you want 6 minutes with this question?
What's the question?
What is your opinion on Norfolk and Western 611? Oh, I didn't give my opinion. Honestly, Norfolk Western 611 is overrated, and I don't really like how she looks. But yeah, so the question is, what is your opinion on Norfolk and Western 611 and similar streamlined locomotives, and do you have any recommendations for model brands for acquiring them?
Why are you asking me about trains?
I don't know. I've given everyone 6 minutes. Okay, Cyclic,
Don't give me 6 minutes yet.
Cyclic, do you want 6 minutes?
I don't need 6 minutes.
Do you want
two
some
are
time?
The PRRT1 and the New York Central Super Hudson, the 464.
Nice.
I mean, and of the two in black and white, the Hudson looks better.
It is sex, I will admit. The J3As
No,
are just.
I'm not gonna say that about a train because that's not how I am. But I think one of the two is significantly better than the other, and it's not trains. But I mean, just right there, that says it all. Like, don't get me wrong, the T1's amazing, but there is something to be said about the 464 Hudson.
That whole 20th Century Limited consist was just nice. Anyway, Dr. Clark, do you want 6 minutes?
I won't need 6 minutes, but I can get. If you want American model trains, the two I've got are made by Lionel and Atlas. Now,
Lionel's
Atlas,
the big name.
I would say Atlas are the more interesting one. Lionel are the big one, but Atlas are the more interesting one because they're all made in New Jersey, so they're a train which is automatically going to turn up and go, if it's running late, forget about it! The whole time.
I'm walking here.
Yeah! That train never takes anything off anyone. Just don't leave it alone in the engine
Constantly
shed,
crashes
unobserved.
if it's anything like New Jersey drivers.
Yeah. I don't know if it's ever left the engine shed with its own tender.
Oh, why have I been paying?
What do? Okay.
Okay,
Say,
hang on,
what
hang
do
on.
people
We
have
kind of
against
just-
New Jersey?
we're kind of
Sopranos.
We're kind of
No, I learned to drive and grew up in a state nearby. If we saw New Jersey license plates, we avoided. It's kind of like down here in Texas plates.
Anyway, moving on. So, Dragon, do you want 6 minutes?
I entered it mostly on brew ships yesterday. It's an American loco that doesn't even look that good.
On that we can agree. Moe?
But also, if you want the actual thing, from what I can find, the only one that actually does it at all is Backman. Like, I cannot find Class J's anywhere else apart from Backman.
I think they have the right, since 611 is actually a trademark now. The people who own the locomotive actually trademarked
Well,
her.
yeah, 611's definitely Backman only, but I can't find Class J's at all.
No, they trademarked her look. They trademarked the look of the Class J. They
that's
actually did.
Not
They-
something you can do.
Tell that to them. They did it anyway.
I would
No,
want to see that. I'd want to see that because
It doesn't sound to me like it's an enforceable copyright.
yeah, because the problem is also a different company literally owns the thing it's in reference to, so by copyright law, that's not legal.
No.
But this is the American Patent Office.
There's technically
Yeah.
And they
patent
happen
That's
to be
completely
making
different. That
patent
has
and
nothing
copyright
to
are
do with-
different.
and the U.S. Copyright and Patent Office hasn't been making sane
Smart
decisions
decisions?
recently.
No, but again,
Nintendo. Sorry.
again though, it's still a case of yeah. But no, I'd be very doubtful about it. I think I hear Runon.
You can patent or trademark. Excuse me, trademark is the correct term here. You can trademark something that you are using in the pursuit of lawful commerce, so long as it is a unique sector or unique form. So, like a silhouette, you can notionally trademark that if you are using it as, say, a brand logo for your model train company. Even though I can't think of the name, somebody give me a name of a model train company.
Lionel.
Lionel. They don't have to own a locomotive in order to get a trademark using that locomotive's silhouette as their brand icon.
But this isn't referring to a brand icon. This is referring to a physical model that they sell.
So, Runon, are you saying that
No, it's not the model. No, it's not the
that
model.
Drac could patent his next one, which is the Bleat of Oceans?
It's not the model.
Under American trademark law, he could. It's just going to turn into a question of how much money is he willing to spend to defend it in court.
It's the likeness.
Mainly, I think it's the idea is to try and make sure they're copyrighted, so Fleet can't to try and get rid of them. Because the Bleat
Yeah,
of Oceans is quite
yeah,
a good one.
So the 611 trademark actually exists. If you use the term, the name, or the likeness of the locomotive, you have to pay them a fee because it's trademarked by the Virginia Museum of Transportation and is considered the official steam locomotive of Virginia.
Yeah. And like they said, it's the likeness. That's a key phrase there. The likeness.
So you can do another train of the same class, but it can't be that train.
Yeah, which is probably why 611 is made by Bachmann only, because I bet you they paid money to have access to the.
You missed the whole bit I mentioned earlier of Class J in general. Seems to only be done by Bachmann. Like no other company I can find produces them.
Strange that.
That is entirely possible because nobody else wants to risk drawing the ire of whatever either government or corporate body in Virginia holds the trademark, so it's easier to just sidestep the issue entirely by not making any Class J model rail locos.
Well, I said Bachmann's apparently already done so, but
They probably have a license from the Virginia Rail Museum to produce, distribute, and market the likeness of that railroad.
Oh. Okay, so unless anyone else has any, Moe Guy, you've got anything to add to that?
I'm into a different kind of plastic crack.
Fair enough. Yeah,
know that feeling.
I don't want to talk about how much plastic crack I brought with me from my 2-month excursion to sunny Spotsylvania.
Well, think of how much money from that overtime could go on getting Warhammer. You could probably afford a Reaver Titan with that much.
24 grand between now and Christmas.
24. You can afford multiple Warlord Titans.
A complete Warlord Titan is only like 8 grand.
I feel like there's more. I feel like there's more pressing. Anyway.
If you get an actual proper armament for it, that's not the bitch ass Vulcan Mega Bolters.
No, that's including it. No, it's including that.
Who the fuck arms a warlord with Vulcan Mega Bolters?
A lot of people, because do you want to argue with a hailstorm of Gatling bolts?
If I'm anything,
the other aspect of it is if you bring it into a large 40k game rather than a Apocalypse, you really want something that's going to be able to deal with a lot of small targets, because that's how you're going to get killed if you can't kill them fast enough.
I mean,
generally,
as cool as the Strength 38 Bellicosia is that can one-shot Angron, it's practical.
Yeah, you've got the Bellicosia Volcano Cannon, the twin shoulder Warlord Titan laser blasters, the twin-linked twin shoulder Apocalypse missile launchers, the Ariok Power Claw, the Sun Fury pattern Plasma Annihilator.
Oh, I like the sound of that.
Blaster and the Memento Mori Quake Cannon.
Also, I'm
sorry. Doesn't the Power Claw come with a sort of wrist bolt?
Yep,
it's got heavy bolt.
Yep, it's got a Vulcan Mega Bolter built in. The fine you see on Shadow Swords.
That's why I should add out that Warhammer have just posted a whole new set of jobs on their website.
Already looking.
Go and work for them on. They've got Toolmaker, blow molding settlers, injection mold setter.
I do not live near enough, sadly.
Various people to do with IT. There's even a well-being coordinator. And various other roles, which frankly, some of them I think our good friend Runon might be qualified for, but I do worry she would go bankrupt because of working from Warhammer.
Hey, she gets a 25% discount.
Yes,
and on some of the models, it's saving a lot of money.
Yeah,
do they also have a job opening for thinking of grim dark name think tank thingies?
Right, no.
They actually they do have. They have
jobs.
They have data and insights analyst, and they have digital IP asset coordinator, which includes working with various things. And there's head of customer engagement content, which involves interfacing with the Black Library.
Essentially, if there isn't anything there that's electrical or mechatronics, I am in no way qualified for that.
Well, I would look into the toolmaker positions if I were you.
I'm not a
They look-
machinist.
Gentlemen,
Well,
I
don't
need-
necessarily have to
what
be.
they're looking
You
for-
could be working on the electrical side of stuff. in
Yeah.
those molds and plastic forming machines. But anyways, on a side note of this, if they're posting a bunch of jobs, it makes me wonder: are we about to see another Loyalist Primarch?
Actually, yes, more than likely. There's rumors.
Wow.
There's actually rumors
That's
of.
why I said that.
There's
Yeah.
rumors of two of
They're
them.
recasting Dawn and Vulcan for 30k. They're making them into plastic from resin.
We also know
Which
they are
makes
starting to
people
work
think,
on making Titan into plastic.
Also, just to round off this little.
Finally,
Sorry, go on, Foxo.
And
Well,
Vulcan and Dawn are getting plastic models, which for 30k, which means people think because they're laying down the infrastructure for the 30k stuff, they're going to bring them back in 40k to double dip. And we already know that the rest of the Chaos Primarchs are returning, so there's a good chance that they bring back another Loyalist or two.
How about they finish off the fucking lion first? Because what the fuck is he even doing at this point?
Currently,
I'm sorry.
Imperium.
Yeah, no,
or
please.
not-
Give us a second.
Fleet, in a nice way, don't try to interfere. In a nice way, this is
Can I-
Warhammer. It's far more important.
Can I at
Yeah,
least make the
but-
joke I want to make before you lads go down a
The
rabbit hole?
issue with the lion
It's already down the
okay,
rabbit
our
hole.
Primarch point. The issue with continuing the lion stuff is the lion stuff is the latest in the canon, and they're already saying that they're going to stop going forward in the canon for a while and backfill.
Problem is they've then created their own problem because due to the fact that they placed a hard ban on you're not allowed to go beyond this date, and they've now changed this because there's now gone beyond this date, tons of events are all of a sudden being moved from the timeline, and it's causing a lot of problems.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've got to get all that stuff sorted first.
Yeah, I mean, I will
And then
admit,
the
just to
Eldar
go,
just don't get anything.
yeah, just to go
I mean,
back,
the Eldar
that's
don't
not
deserve anything because they're the worst faction.
Let
Uh,
it
just-
run, please.
just to go back a little bit. I was picking up on what Foxo said,
I've heard
and I
rumors
just
they might be
I was-
making a certain
Alex!
fanfic actually
Doc.
canon.
Doc,
Fleet's
Go on,
speech.
Fleet.
Docs, thank you.
I was just listening to what Foxo said about this volcano cannon that can one-shot Angron, and I just got this mental image in my head of comes out of a warp portal. I am Angron, eater of worlds, destroyer of everything, loyal to Khorne, and then literally just hear from like drifting across the battlefields, literally in an electronic voice, a Princeps say, "Hey shit ass, catch this," and just he gets
You just hear the war
annihilated.
horn.
Yeah, he just gets annihilated in one
Hey,
shot by
one
a
I
issue
still like him getting his face beat in by a shield. better.
There's
Fun
one
fact,
issue with
in the
that is that
Heresy-
Angron is that there's way too much dialogue for Angron.
I know,
Yes.
but
He would just scream.
It's incoherent screaming.
Yeah. So, fun fact: the Warlords are very big by modern Titan standards. Angron had to be saved by Lorgar because he got stepped on by a warhound and almost got crushed into space.
Wait, what?
As in, he literally broke every single bone in his body.
Not just Angron.
Although I believe he did that to initially save Lorgar from getting stepped on.
I think also Goldman was also
Lorgar got out of the way and went, I guess
Uh,
my only option for you is Demon Prince.
There's something
now."
like 3 of the Primarchs got injured because of it. That have just stepped. Angron got crippled.
Just gets
And the other 2 were like, heavily injured. Like, oh,
just gets stepped
okay.
on. It's like I know.
For context,
Lorgar was
Warhounds.
crap. beat out of
Warhounds
him.
are small titans.
Warhounds are classed as Scout Titans.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
Listen,
okay.
all I know with the Primarchs coming back is that my Beaky Boy best Burb Dad,
Yay,
Corvus,
Burb Dad.
is going to probably be the last one in line because we just got a new 50 mil chapter master.
Yeah, no, you're not getting anything for
So-
another 5 years.
Lorgar he steps onto the battlefield, and all you hear off in the distance is somebody screaming Lorgar. And it's just this cloud of birds on the horizon.
You wouldn't hear Lorgar. No. You wouldn't hear Lorgar. You just hear a caw.
And suddenly Lorgar's like running for the Thunderhawk.
Okay, all right, folks.
This one this week, Wellesley, but that's going to be fun.
My one caveat to my statement would be he will likely be the next Primarch released after Lorgar.
Yes.
Yeah. Right.
Which means you might be getting him quicker than you think, because Lorgar's been heavily indexed.
Okay, all right. Look, I did enjoy all that. I'm not gonna lie. We do things move forwards. Okay, so
I mean, our next question is a 40k question. So
what? No, it isn't. No, it isn't.
Then it's the one after that.
Yes, it is. 9683-1 asks, if the Sea Dart system had been introduced in 1963 with the mod 1 upgrade between 1973 and 1976, the mod 2 upgrade between 1979 and 1981, and the 92-mile Sea Dart and the mod 3 upgrade between 1984 and 1992, in the Falklands, would the guidance systems and reliability upgrade and the 92-mile Sea Dart really have made all that much of a difference? No. Fundamentally, honestly, given how the Falklands played out historically, no, there's nothing for them to shoot at. Given how the task force is arranged. Hang on.
The fundamental...
Alec, you'll get your turn.
Yeah, but you're getting it wrong, but carry on.
I have first crack at these things, Alex, then you can come in and correct me in a minute. Just let me have my say.
It's so hard hearing it say so much wrong.
Lead is wrong when you toss a coin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, you don't take anything I say as gospel.
This is the guy who got a free train route to save 10 minutes. Yeah.
At any rate.
Anyway,
let Fleet finish unless there's an interrupt being used.
Oh, do you want to use an interrupt, Alex? You can use an interrupt if you want to.
Carry on.
No?
Let's see how bad it can get.
Basically, it's just... Look, I'm not saying that having improved Sea Dart won't help. Having a better system is no bad thing. But if you look at the sort of threat axis... I mean, okay, it might save HMS Sheffield. And possibly Atlantic Conveyor, especially if the improved guidance systems enable Sea Dart to work in a long-range point defense against sea-skimming missiles, then yes, it might be enough to save Atlantic Conveyor and Sheffield. But apart from that, if you look at the threat axis for the task force, given depends on if you then shift from using your Sea Harriers for it's one of those things. I mean, anyway, it'll help in some areas perhaps, but I don't think it's not gonna stop things like the Skyhawk runs into San Carlos water, for example. Right, okay, so we have to go up from the... Does anyone else want to go before Dr. Clark goes? I'm just going to... Because he's chomping at the bit.
I yield my time to the floor.
Okay. Alright, okay. Dr. Clark, for this special occasion, I'll let you go next. Because you're chomping at the bit.
Okay, so the question was, does the mod 2 upgrade happens before the Falklands War, right?
Yes.
And do you know what the mod 2 upgrade was?
No, I'm not particularly aware. I think it was better guidance package, wasn't it?
It was a better guidance package, which allowed autopilot, including a fire and forget capability. So, do you want to think about what you said earlier?
Hang on a minute.
And
Is it possible to change a Beam Rider into a fire and forget missile?
Yeah.
Yeah.
To an extent.
It also allowed the ability to retarget missiles in flight.
Yeah, that is actually...
Because the actual Mod 2 took place between 1989 and 1991.
You're bringing that forward.
So you've brought that technology forward about 12 to 13 years, and that's quite an important 12 to 13 years.
Yeah, like now I actually like I thought Mod 2 was like that's an entire generation of electronics.
Okay.
For reference, Fleet, what Mod 2 does is bring this much closer to SM3 or SM2 Block 3, SM2MR Block 3. It allows that lofting profile. It allows it to be not to home all the way out. It can be lofted out on a ballistic arc to the target and only needs that guidance from the ship in the last couple moments of flight.
Wow. Damn.
It is a dramatic improvement on the missile.
Now, the Mod 2 also included upgrades of the radar, which were made with Falklands War experience in mind, which made a lot of the issues, not all the issues, a lot of the issues the Type 42s had with inshore operations in the Falklands, which was one of the reasons why they'd been as limited in their operation profiles they had been, go away. So suddenly, whilst they're still short of an AWACS, and they really did need an AWACS capability, helicopter-based or aircraft-based, it really doesn't matter. I know things like the Hawkeye are better, but frankly, if your choice is between nothing or a helicopter-based airborne early warning, you take the frigging helicopter airborne early warning and you don't complain about it. You just need something. But still, with those capabilities, that turns Sea Dart into something which is as viable and useful as Sea Wolf was, if not slightly more with its range.
And if you can loft at that point, if you can loft from within San Carlos water, you can. And you've got the what was Mod 2's range profile?
You're not firing over those. You need the terminal.
Yeah.
It's got a range of up to 92 miles, and especially with the upgraded 909 radar system, which also came as part of the upgrade package.
It would have been very, very useful. It would have forced Argentine Super Etendards to fly a completely different attack profile, shortening their range, lessening the amount of time the task force was open to attack while it was closing on the Falklands to anti-ship missiles. It also would have been more effective against anti-ship missiles.
So it would have had a really
basically
against
Mod 2 Exocet. That's it. It's going to be marginal still, but because Exocet is flying, wave top height, and it is a very small missile with a very low radar cross section for this period. But you would certainly see a dramatic increase in the ability to intercept low-level A4 runs. Outside of San Carlos water.
Fair enough.
It's basically the Mod 2 is what is the upgrade package which the Type 42s and Sea Dart system goes to through post Falklands War experience to make them as good as they could be for a Falklands War.
Fair enough. Well, there you are. This is why we have the experts on the panel, because they know things I don't.
This is also why you should probably check before you talk these things. You should probably go look up what those actual upgrades were.
Wikipedia is your friend.
Wikipedia doesn't really cover this one too well.
No, but Secret Projects Forum has a great section on the Sea Dart system. They really do. It's quite a good forum.
When it's on, it's great. When it's not, it's really bad.
Yeah, that's the thing. And there's also Navy Lookout has a whole couple of pages on it from 2020 published in it and talking about it details. And there's also UK Defence Journal has quite a good section on it as well.
Yeah, we've dealt with this question somewhat unconventionally, but does anyone else have any thing from the panel they want to add to this particular question? Dragon, Foxo, Guy, Moe?
Nope.
No.
Okay, so, right. Next question. Brandon Larson, what if the Emperor of Mankind appeared in the Star Wars galaxy at the start of the Clone Wars? Apparently he does still have all of his Psyker powers. I mean, he could shape-shift. I mean, he could quite easily kill Palpatine and shapeshift into Palpatine, I guess. Or he could either just...
The possibilities are endless. I think that answers it.
I can't... I don't know enough about the man's character.
Gets there and thinks in the first 5 seconds, like, where the fuck am I?
I'm gonna open up the
I
floor.
guess
I'm gonna open the floor. Just go nuts for this question. I'm gonna
take point here and say that fundamentally, with the full scope of Psyker powers, the God Emperor of mankind is a reality warper. There are no other reality warpers in Star Wars, and certainly none to the extent that a well-trained and highly potent psyker is. He is the very definition of an out-of-context problem for Star Wars.
I wish I could agree with you, Runon, but he's not. The father, the son, and the daughter.
Yes, but they're not exactly in normal or regular service, are they?
No.
Yeah.
But if
They don't turn
someone
up every
starts
other day of the week.
if someone starts messing with reality, that's when they likely would turn.
Yes, but they can also be shanked by mortals.
No, they can't.
Well, at least one of the father got. Was it the father got shanked?
It was a
You need
daughter,
a
wasn't
very
it?
No.
special dagger.
No, they die literally to a dagger designed to kill them.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing you don't want to have hanging around when you're dealing with the God Emperor.
No, yeah. Well, there's
'Cause
more
he will
cases that
find
the only
him,
reason
and
they
he
got
will
them is
use
that the father literally gave this dagger to them.
Yeah,
But also
the issue is
another
that-
problem.
Can I just point something out?
Hmm?
This is all predicated under the impression that the Emperor will actually act
Which is what I was
in the
about
Star
to
Wars
say.
universe,
Yeah, that's true.
because the Emperor only intervened as Revelation because Chaos won.
Because you have the whole point of technically calling them humans is generous because they're technically not humans per se, but the closest thing to humanity the galaxy has currently is the most important group in the galaxy that runs. Because when was it exactly? Sorry, was it start of Clone Wars or?
Yes,
Yeah,
start of the
start of
Clone
Clone
Wars.
Wars.
Yeah, I think it was.
Then yeah, it's effectively yes, they literally own the most powerful republic in the galaxy, very similar to Human Federation. Yes, there's a few more problems, but this is just a Human Federation situation again.
Emps is just gonna sit around doing nothing and become a farmer again, because that's what he was doing, according to the Unification Wars, before the Unification Wars.
Yeah,
So it's like the Emperor's not gonna try and conquer the galaxy unless
He might influence stuff from behind the scenes when he feels he wants to, but
It's gonna depend if he decides the Sith are the agents of chaos.
there's a reason I went the possibilities are endless. Like, who knows?
But then the whole thing would be just
nobody
he
really
helped
understands
Jedi.
his frame of mind.
He might help the Jedi. He might do other things.
So
He
hang on,
might
sorry.
decide the Jedi aren't exactly useful.
I think we did just kind of gloss over a very important point here. Are you telling me that of all the aspects that Guilliman got from the Emperor, he also got the desire to own 40 acres and a mule?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's very funny.
because the Emperor's existed for the entirety of human history, and we know that. Well, if you go with what he says, he was a hunter-gatherer at some point. So he's literally altering agriculture, and we know he was doing agriculture before he became the Emperor. Hence why I called him Revelation instead of the Emperor. Because putting in post-throne Emperor into Star Wars is even worse.
Yeah.
Well, then he just burns out because he doesn't have enough psychers.
Yeah.
Either that, or he becomes so much worse, because it depends how he interacts with the Force.
I mean, potentially, if the Force interacts like a psychic field, then yes, he might just now live forever.
How mad is the Mad God?
Okay.
Anyway,
So, has everyone wrapped up what they have to say on
Waiting
this?
for the emperor to have a meeting with Jabba the Hutt.
pop, squish, sizzle is my opinion.
Right.
Yeah, but of all the Hutts, Jabba's one of the better ones, honestly.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
All right, so he starts a crusade.
Yeah.
Essentially.
Right. Bowmill Boy asks, really interesting, not so much in terms of, well, it is interesting in a few ways. Question. What if Houthi-controlled Yemen is taken back in time in its entirety to World War II? What do the Houthis do, and can the powers deal with them if they do decide to cause problems? Well, the first things first, the Houthis...
They can be rolled over.
I don't think it's quite so clear-cut as that.
What do the Houthis have that presents any military threat to any of the major powers in World War II?
It's not... That's not what I meant.
I mean, seriously, what do they have?
Would you... Can I...
Let him finish, Dr. Clark.
Carry on.
So the first thing you're going to have happen is the British will wonder why all their normal chatter that comes out of Yemen on a regular basis through cable and other sources stops. Because don't forget, the British do have a protectorate over Yemen at this point. So they're going to wonder why all that stops. They're probably going to send something to investigate. Probably a colonial asset like a gunboat or a colonial aviso. Because obviously, you know, it's World War II. The Royal Navy is busy doing other things. That's probably going to get blattered by a Houthi anti-ship missile. Possibly. Although it might make landfall depending on if the Houthis are just as confused about what's happened as everyone else. Because all of their satellite communications and access to the internet will also have vanished instantly. So there'll be confusion there as well. And I think it's going to...
Interrupt.
And I think it... Yes?
Where are they going to get any targeting information from to fire their weapon?
I think some of their older missiles are just...
They do have a selection. Well, before the U.S. blew them up, they had some coastal radars, including some mobile sets.
But now they don't.
Yeah, so it's if it's right now.
Yeah,
then
now
good.
they don't.
Yeah, if
Now,
it's right...
they do have some domestic drones that they can use to get a ship position, and then you do a down-bearing shot, which is more than enough for a World War II vessel, but...
Yeah, but how are those drones going to know where they are to fire? Be flown?
Yeah.
Once you're overseas.
Yeah, they're just going to have to fly recon flights over that strait. It's entirely within their capabilities to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the drones are not going to have any way to fix their position.
No, he's not talking about
relative to
drones.
launcher.
He's talking about just taking off in like a Cessna or a
No,
light aircraft.
Fleet, will you stop assuming what I am saying?
Sorry.
So, a lot of these drones maintain an INS capability, even without a direct link to a satellite or GPS system. You can always figure that out. Like, is it a little bit more difficult? Yes, but you have very high-powered cameras. You can figure out bearings from your drone to known landmarks just the same way you would have with an aircraft. Back when aircraft were doing this for early anti-ship missiles too, some of these same missiles they have. So it is possible. It would be far more difficult for them, but it is certainly possible for them to take anti-ship missile shots. Now, I do agree with Dr. Clark. The moment a major power, in this case either the Brits or the US, most likely the Brits, decide, okay, no, this needs to be dealt with, it's getting dealt with. It's just a matter of equipment and manpower.
Yeah, no, I do agree.
They do not have the forces.
No, I agree with that completely. But what I was going to say is, and what I wanted to say is, you know, it's like instead of skipping straight to that point, we need to deal with the whole, you know, they've gone across time, and the British are also going to have to deal with the fact of what the hell's going on in Yemen. I don't disagree that eventually we will probably get to the yes, British Matildas and whatever else are rolling over the Houthis, because at this point the whole we're too much trouble to deal with, and you don't have the moral stomach to deal with losses no longer applies because it's World War II. And, it doesn't really matter.
But why are we assuming the Houthis are going to go after the British? Fundamentally. Because that's 1940 Saudi Arabia. So a country that in the modern day the Houthis aren't exactly friends with.
But is a British protectorate and is at this point is
Yes.
to an extent occupied by the British.
And controls the two most important cities of Islam. And Houthis are an Islamist group. Like, it's probably going to see the Houthis pick a fight with Saudi Arabia.
Yes, in which case they're
piss
picking a
off-
fight with the British.
And the Americans
Yeah,
as
but
well.
but I debate. I don't see the British putting it as particularly high priority.
The British have landed whole brigades in Iraq at this point and Iran to stop them doing interesting things and to protect their areas. They've got large armed forces. They can bring troops in from India. They can bring troops in from North Africa campaign if they need to.
And I mean, they've also got local
Um,
rulers. The Omani Sultanate's just across the border. That is a British
Yeah.
protectorate.
Yeah, but
And
And
the thing is,
Just-
the Houthis have got a lot of things, but they haven't got exactly an internal logistics system. You can see by how they, I would say, the rise and fall of their actions depends on how much supplies they've got from coming from somewhere else. And this is the thing is, they're going to have none of that external logistics now. Even their domestically produced systems
Yeah.
rely on a healthy dose of external stuff, and they do not maintain huge stockpiles.
I don't think they can, unless I'm wrong, and I'm going to ask this question deliberately just to sort of ground everyone, myself included. They can't produce, unless I'm wrong, small arms ammunition, artillery, or artillery ammunition.
Nope.
make small arms.
To an extent, they do have some small arms ammunition production, but it's to the point. It's at a level where it's
craft produced, but
it's insignificant. That said, even current U.S. military ammunition production is almost insignificant by major conflict standards. But the Houthis are dramatically that it's a fragment of what the Yemeni government had to support training. And they didn't exactly do many live fire training shoots. So, yeah.
I do feel obligated to clean up one point that Fleet may have been angling towards. The U.S. will only get involved in this insofar as the British government asks them to.
And even then, they're going to probably extract a price for it.
Yeah, at this point in time, and honestly, even into relatively close to today, the U.S. is still producing much of its oil domestically. And in a World War II situation, it's not really caring what the foreign commodity markets are doing.
Depends on whether it interferes with the supply of the American air groups and air forces operating out of India. If it interferes, if they hit an American ship carrying the supplies in that direction with one of their weapons, say fire, Lord help them, the Americans will get involved then.
Yeah, they touched the boats. They committed the cardinal sin.
They touched the boat.
Yeah,
But-
if they touch the boats, then it's all those bets are off. But the main point here is this: is the actual interesting thing is not the Houthis. It's if the British capture a lot of that technology and turn it over to the Vickers salesman. Goodness knows what happens. If it's 1939, 1940, that could be a really interesting scenario for World War II.
No.
Yeah, you already have both the U.S. and British conceptualizing self-guiding anti-ship munitions in this period. So And within a handful of years, you have the U.S. sinking enemy ships with air-launched active radar homing anti-ship weapons. So within 4 years, like late 1944. So, like, and these are weapons that can be launched from large-scale bombers or carrier aircraft, by the way. So they get their hands on a Chinese cloned exoset, or an Iranian clone of a Chinese cloned exoset, or a Styx even.
It's going to give them ideas.
It's going to give them a lot of ideas.
I would say or caveat that by saying that the older legacy hardware that they may capture is probably going to be more immediately useful.
Oh yeah, Styx is going to be very useful.
Newer stuff, because they have a better chance of successfully replicating it with an early 1940s industrial base.
Styx was also designed with targets presenting armored belts in mind, and physically blowing the components of the armored belts into the ships.
On the plus side, sorry, go ahead, Stick. Then I have a bleeding mark.
Like Styx is a very dangerous weapon and would be utterly terrifying in a World War II context, because it is a weapon you can replace your torpedoes with on destroyers, and generate devastating effects with a single hit that have a far higher probability of hit than a World War II torpedo. One hit can rip most World War II destroyers in half. Fatally
class
damage
armed with 4 or 5 Styx would be a very interesting scenario for most people to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, the Chinese literally built World War II style destroyers that carried 6. So it's... And the Soviets would retrofit several destroyers to carry several as well. Like, it's a... Now, does the U.S. go with the liquid fuel rocket motor for launching it? Probably not, because the U.S. at this point is already moving towards, maybe not immediately, but subsequently in the next couple of years, we'll have a solid rocket motor that can do it and be a lot safer. But
they have the British.
Yeah, and if you want to talk about terrifying coastal defenses that could cause serious problems for, I don't know, certain warships that might try to transit straits. Whether they're armored or
that would make the whole run through the straits interesting. Actually, honestly, the thing is, it could not.
And you're going to capture these
system
systems with a ground invasion too.
Yes, and it could be. How do I put this politely? It would be a sideshow for the war, but the tech, especially if the British get it, if it happens in 1939 and the British end up doing this in 1939, 1940 before the Americans get involved in the war. By the time the Americans get involved in the war, things could be very different, because a Styx missile system, the British could probably get, if they've got them to copy, and they've got all the systems, they could possibly have something right up and running by 1941.
Yeah, like, this is the important thing that I think is really good here. The fact that they've not just got enough systems to copy, they've got enough systems to break them apart to copy. They've got enough missiles they can keep some intact to study, some can be broken up to look at their individual components, some can be tested. That's really crucial. Having enough missiles or enough stuff to do all 3 of those testing cycles is really important.
Here's the fun part. Even if you don't have the ability to use transistors,
hang on 1 second,
you can use vacuum tubes for Styx.
Yeah. Okay, Ruin on.
So, assuming that you're able to capture enough systems intact, which is a big assumption I'm just going to put that one out there. It's not impossible, but it is a meaty assumption that's carrying a lot of weight here. I wouldn't be surprised if they take some of the, we have enough for R&D, we can now deploy these. If they're in time for Taranto, and Taranto becomes a clean sweep.
It's way too heavy for carrier-launched aircraft to this period, and trying to launch this is a weapon where trying to launch it into a harbor is not likely to get you satisfactory results.
Nah.
You're gonna end up hitting buildings more consistently ashore.
It's more interesting in that scenario is if you've got it early enough and you've got them early enough. Do you need to keep the carrier in the home fleet to support operations, or are there ships carrying the Styx missiles, and therefore you freed up another carrier to go to Toronto?
Yeah.
And as I've said before, once you have a double carrier Toronto operation, the effect on the Italian fleet does not get better.
Yeah.
I would also say that I would not put it past the more enterprising British gunnery officers and senior/master chiefs to duct tape and bubble gum something to the deck of a warship.
Oh, yeah, sure. And, like, there's a reason I mentioned that. This is a system where once you figure it out, once you have a way to... I mean, you don't even really need radar to fire it. You just need to know the bearing to the target. And it is a system that really is a within the horizon. It's a 21 nautical mile and change weapon system. It is something you can absolutely use to land utterly devastating hits to either open up, just rip apart the enemy's screen, and certainly the backbone of their screen, or use to just clobber capital ships. In a surface fight. Like, I tell you one thing, by 1943, 42, I would not want to be the Imperial Japanese Navy, because the US does have production spun up on aircraft, not that can launch from carriers, but aircraft that are big enough to carry two of these, one under each wing.
Mm-hmm. Right, I feel like we've...
Imagining the special Mosquito armed with them.
Yeah.
Mosquito might carry one in a modified bomb bay, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but just imagine that thing rolling around the Mediterranean. Or the Baltic.
That's terrifying.
Hello.
Right, folks, I'm just going to put this out. Does anyone else have anything they want to add in this particular scenario that we've been discussing? Before we move on. Dragon?
Nope.
Right, okay.
Other than thinking it's going to make the Vickers Wellington have a new lease on life, because that'll probably be the first thing to get.
Here's another actually, Fleet. I did have something pop into my head. You know what else you're going to get your hands on?
Yep. What?
Yeah.
SA2s.
That's going to be great. Right, anyway, Foxy, you had
That's
something?
going to be a little harder, but that's going to be a little harder to repurpose.
Yeah.
But it should be within... It might take 3 years.
Yeah. Foxo, you've...
It's something we're forgetting. They're sending Yemen back.
Uh-huh.
The modern diesel vehicle engine. The pickup truck.
The Hilux.
Toyota
Toyota Hilux.
Oh, no, she's
Now,
right.
again,
She's right.
And here's the thing. A lot of these are going to be the versions of Toyota Hiluxes that do not have engine control computers.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Or they're going to have the really rudimentary ones.
It's going to be better if they just don't have it.
Yeah, but the newer ones, some of the ones we've seen in the images, do have the
early
2000s and ECUs. But
either way, it's still...
That's modern additive diesel. That's the modern diesel engine. The modern high horsepower turbo diesel.
Oh no.
And just like...
Modern high horsepower turbo diesels are don't even bother.
But
Still,
Because
that's
of the blade
but it's going to
manufacturing
affect stuff
that-
like the Bedford engine designs for the Bedford 6x4 and stuff.
The modern additive diesels may also be rather hard to make in this period just because of the differences in refining, as well as additive manufacturing. But they're definitely going to take a look at it. Also, a lot of these more Middle Eastern oriented Hiluxes can run on some really, really crappy diesel.
Yep.
So, depending on how many of those survive and just need sheet metal replacement,
there's also going to be a lot of more modern
British light forces are going to be very
the,
funkily mobile.
Imagine the long-range desert group with
Oh
armed
my
pilots.
god, yes.
Oh, this is just you and Hoy.
Yeah, but they also the thing that I think would be interesting is it's not going to be as much as a leap, but having the well-established and effective designs for the self-loading gas-operated rifle that aren't the clunky pre-war ones.
It's basically
that
here are
fire
working
full
in-
rifle rounds.
Yeah, it's basically here is a working self-loading rifle that people have built lots of. Let's look at it.
Yeah, and the
So
first thing
in
is
that
you see a
case,
British
it has-
AK.
Honestly, it has less to do with the AK's design because that flipped upside down twice and barely tweaked is already in service in a major military. It's just firing a full bore rifle round. It's the idea of an intermediate cartridge.
Yeah.
But the thing is, that's going to run into a lot of opposition because what led to the intermediate cartridge philosophy was a lot of sitting down and doing the statistics and the studies of firefights in World War II and in Korea. Less so Korea for the Soviets, obviously, and obviously the Germans, but on the Western side of things. And that's really what led the West into small bore, high velocity, intermediate cartridges. Unless you want to argue that the M1 carbine was, but I would argue that the M1 carbine's more of a PDW than an intermediate cartridge. But it would be a potential interesting thing to look at. I do have some questions about, because these are all AKMs, they're the stamped versions. Some of the metallurgy that's going to be needed, but because there were a lot of advances made between 1940 and 1950 in stamped metallurgy. But it may give some people some ideas. It also might just get, well, that's an excellent submachine gun replacement.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, is what the Soviets initially envisioned the AKM as, or the AK as, was a submachine gun replacement, with the SKS being the rifle replacement. They very quickly realized that was a stupid idea, but
I have a question.
Part of that was also driven by them having to rebuild a military-industrial complex.
Yeah. I have a question that actually this whole tangent that Foxo has brought us down, Hiluxes and AKs, has brought up. Recoilless rifles, or recoilless guns. Are there any
the
of those
RPG
that can be
7.
captured? Yeah.
They probably have RPGs.
I wasn't.
SPG 9.
Yeah.
That would be useful. Although recoilless rifles are already a thing, the Swedes are already fielding the initial versions of the Carl Gustaf, just in a smaller caliber. So, like, they were a thing. There's actually a lot of benefits to a true rocket launcher.
Yeah,
I've had my ear talked off by somebody who's actually looked at an actual rocket launcher versus a recoilless rifle, and looked into potentially, designing one.
Oh yeah, like when I was talking about recoilless guns, I was talking about stuff like SPG-9. You know, not man-portable. I'm talking about, you know.
The crew served.
Yeah.
Is SPG-9 is man-portable once you break it down.
Yeah.
It's honestly a far more useful anti-tank weapon. But it does carry a much larger shot signature than a lot of the anti-tank weapons of the period, because you have that big back blast that kicks up behind you and silhouettes you.
Yeah. The British are probably still going to Piat. Even if they have RPGs to work with, the British might still Piat because Britain.
Maybe not. I could see RPG-7.
Because the Piat doesn't come about because the British aren't looking at a recoilless rifle or a rocket launcher. It comes about due to resource shortages.
Ah.
It comes to making ammunition. So it's still going to come about.
Fair enough. And it does have some advantages. It can do some unique things. And it is fairly silent as a weapon when it's fired.
Its main advantage is that it doesn't need any combustibles.
But there's some maybe old laws lying around.
They made a lot of compromises to be able to just have something they could make fleet. It's a lot of the things that you hear talked up are in certain niche situations they can be, but they were not the reason the Piat was useful. The Piat was useful because it was an anti-tank weapon they could make.
Fair enough.
In mass.
That was better than the Boys AT rifle, which was getting long in the tooth by 1940.
Yeah, 1940 AT rifles are relegated to a more anti-material rather than an anti-tank role.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do feel like we have kind of done this to death, don't you think?
Actually, no. I just want to bring this up.
Okay, one more thing.
What? I'm going to guess that even the Houthis have the Cold War Soviet anti-material rifles that you find pretty much everywhere.
Yeah.
And their advanced ammunition, do you think they would add a second lease of life to the
It's not
anti-tank
really. It's the same ammunition that the Soviets were using for theirs in World War II. They didn't change it. That
But the Soviets
that
kept it around for a lot longer.
That 14.5 millimeter round is honestly, the British would look at it and go, well, duh, and move on. Like the Soviet AT rifles were not very effective as anti-tank platforms. They really, really heavily relied on their towed anti-tank guns. Bone Meal Boy, not very much.
It's called Ramblings. Expect us to ramble.
And it's the first ramblings back after a month's hiatus, and it's going to be my last ramblings until like Christmas.
And enough HR complaints that Fleet may need to find ulterior employment.
It's seriously, you know, the ones about him. It's the lift thing, especially with Paul before Drac.
What lift thing? What lift thing?
Can we
dismiss the owner of the company and mark them ineligible for rehire?
No, fuck you. Anyway.
Yes.
Yes, you can.
Yes, you can.
Anyway, moving swiftly on before I start doing very proactive firing with a sledgehammer. Sorry, correction, sharpened sledgehammer. Gotta stick to my
He
memes.
keeps using his position of power to try and stifle these
You have a
things.
sharpened sledgehammer. This just feels like a waste of time and effort.
But it's a it's a classic
It's Fleet. What do you expect?
It's a look.
It's a way of making your sledgehammer useless.
Look, everything is sharpened. We have the sharpened trowel for spine removal, the sharpened
But a
sledgehammer.
sharpened trowel makes sense because an actual proper gardening trowel is sharp.
Yeah.
A sledgehammer, the whole point of why it exists is to be blunt.
Yeah.
And distribute
Blunt
force.
force trauma.
I know. It's part of the
Anyway.
whole. We sharpen everything, like the sharpened lemon. Anyway,
To be fair, a sharpened
Yourself, but
sledgehammer would
moving on
have
swiftly.
a interesting penetration capability.
Don't we call that a sharpened sledgehammer a battle axe?
kind of.
No, you call it a war axe.
Yeah. Anyway,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, moving on. Before
Typical
we start
gunnery
getting to
officer
over and
asks-
implements of
yeah.
war.
Typical gunner officer asks, opinions on the short Belfast. Do you think if they built more of it, that it would absolutely be a better turboprop heavy lift transport aircraft than the C-130? Can you see the Belfast absolutely dominate the propeller transport market over the C-130? And could we see a
No.
potential where? Hi, let me have first dibs before you see a
No.
potential super Belfast version like today's C-130J with the Hercules. Okay, first of all, the Belfast is not a C-130 equivalent at all. It's not. The Belfast is in the heavier category to the C-130.
It's more Mighty Mouse.
It is a strategic airlift. It's in fact it does have a direct American equivalent. That is the Douglas C-133 Cargo Master. These are heavy. Just because they have turboprops, don't make the mistake of comparing the C-130s. They're not. They are strategic airlift platforms.
30,000 pounds.
They are strategic airlift platforms. They're not tactical airlifters like the C-130s are.
Cyclic is pretty
Maybe
quickly doing
tactical
research, so in nicest way,
I'm just comparing
I'd
it.
be worried.
Fleet,
fair, the
Fleet, you're
Okay,
wildly
Cyclic?
wrong.
Cyclic, are you going to be using your interrupt here?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and use your interrupt.
Fleet, you are off by an order of magnitude, almost. Like not in takeoff weight, but in they're very comparable in max takeoff weight. Your claims that it's a strategic airlifter are just wrong.
Which C-30 are you C-130 are you looking at?
Hang on.
Because from what I'm looking at, the short Belfast has like 80,000 pounds more takeoff weight than the C-130 does.
Hang on. Did you say 80,000 pounds more?
More?
That's a lot of weight. Even I'm got
Like short Belfast Mark 1, 105,000 kilograms maximum takeoff capacity to go off. That which might be more understandable versus the C-130, which has a maximum capacity of 70,307, going off the
It is
H
the bigger
model.
plane.
80,000 pounds.
It is fundamentally a bigger plane.
Did I completely misread? Because that's not. Oh, sorry. I read empty weight. Yeah. Okay. I take back what I said. I did misread.
So am I
That
no longer
said-
completely off the mark?
Give me a moment.
Because I took Dr. Clark to heart and I literally looked into the short Belfast when this question came up, and it's direct contemporaries.
With that, as a paradoxically sharpened sledgehammer, I'm going to rest the talking stick back and give it back to Fleet so he can finish his first crack at it, and then we can all, in order, laugh at him and tell him how wrong he is.
So, look, there's nothing wrong with the short Belfast at all. And I do think that they should have at least procured from short the break-even number of airframes. Not only would that have given spare capacity, but quite frankly, having 30 airframes that can do this sort of work is not a bad thing for what was and still is a very expeditionary army. And also, the ability to ship equipment into Germany, because even if you go, well, with the British Army of the Rhine, it's taking up a lot of the army's resources during the Cold War, and, ignore the other expeditionary work the British Army was doing around the world at the time. Even at that point, you can think, okay, well, then we've got a lot of assets to shift a lot of kit into Germany. Very quickly. So I still think that, yes, procuring 30 of these aircraft would not be a bad idea, and a souped up version again would probably not be a bad idea. If you've got that many airframes in service, an upgrade program is not a bad idea. But I still maintain that the RAF would probably still procure C-130 for tactical operations and for short field operations. That the Belfast might perhaps not be quite so well suited for. And by short field, I mean I'm talking landing on landing in a ploughed field in the middle of bumfuck nowhere. Like, the Belfast might be able to do prepared short field, but it can't land on a ploughed field in the middle of bumfuck nowhere like a Hercules can.
Thank you.
It's just one issue what you said there. That it's like that's cool and all, really is.
Are you using an interrupt?
But yeah.
Okay, go.
But just the deciding factor is going to be cost per unit at this point.
Thing is, they
because we're far beyond the British Army going out of their way to buy domestically. We're beyond that point at this point.
Thing is,
Where, what can we get cheap? And the C-130 is always going to have lower cost per unit because the Americans are using it.
Oh no, I completely agree with that. But my counterpoint to that would be, why then would you procure? Why would why was the Belfast even procured at all? Why did they even procure 10 of them? Like, the jigs are in place already, and like the 10 aircraft were built using proper production jigs. Like, I get what you're saying.
Were they?
Yeah, that's what it says.
Because a lot of short aircraft weren't.
That's what it says. It says, I'm reading directly here from Wikipedia, despite the order for only 10 aircraft, the decision had been made to assemble the aircraft using production jigs. If the break-even point is 30 aircraft, and you're buying 10 already, politely, I'd just at least let short break even.
There is a reason, and it's a capability reason.
Are you using a second interrupt?
I would like to, if that's allowed.
If anyone else objects, I'll let him.
He can use mine.
All right, there you are.
The short Belfast contemporary is not the C-133, as Wikipedia claims. The C-133 is a decade older aircraft. The short Belfast entered into service in the mid-1960s. You know what else? You know what other strategic airlifter entered into service the year before the short Belfast?
Oh, it's Starlifter, isn't it?
The C-141. And the C-141, we're talking in the 300,000 pound max takeoff range.
Yeah.
And it's jet.
Yeah.
So it can get to where it's going faster.
Fair enough. I'm not denying all of that, Cyclic. Like, don't get me wrong.
The lack of capability for when it was fielded and the cost made the aircraft pointless to continue with procurement of.
Yeah, consider that when Short are building this, they're building it on a shoestring budget because the company is already in heavy debt. And thus its development starts in the previous generation.
Yeah.
It's a previous generation aircraft coming in late, not a next generation aircraft coming in early, if that makes sense.
Yeah, mid-1960s heavy airlifter that is propeller powered is very much behind the times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so behind the times that even the Soviets are light years ahead of it.
Yeah. And don't get me wrong, Short made a very good aircraft.
I'm gonna stick my nose in that one, Cyclic. The contemporary Soviet airlifter for the same, in fact, coming into service only 2 years later, is the AN-22, also a turboprop. Yes, it's significantly larger, but still.
You have that, yes.
You've answered your own question there.
Damn it! But the whole point is made
significantly larger.
Yeah, I know that, but the point, Cyclic, you can't.
Fleet, you'd be a whole lot harder to cut off if you didn't keep evacuating your foot via your mouth.
Damn it. Anyway, right. Does anyone else have any points they want to make about the Belfast before we move on?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I can see why Runon has chosen the Foot of Oceans as her symbol, because although I do wonder if I should see if Drac can make a foot in Mouth of Oceans, because that seems more appropriate.
Well, also, too, I'm the foot that gets put down to try and instill some order when present.
I think the biggest problem with the short Belfast is the hilarious little amount of range compared to pretty much all the other transports that have been mentioned so far.
That's another problem.
It's, well, I'd argue that
it has enough range to fly to Germany.
Yeah. Like,
which is
that's not as far as it could go.
The big issue with the short heavy lifters is the fact they're made by Short. Short made brilliant flying boats. Anything else they made... you could see the flying boat in them. And again, because they made flying boats, they tended to build aircraft that weren't synchronized with land-based development a lot. But anyway,
Actually, can it
Right.
the short
Okay.
Belfast get to Gibraltar?
I don't think so.
Damn. I didn't realize its range was that bloody short.
What,
Hey!
what do you
Living up to
expect?
the
It was
name.
made by a company called Short.
Hey, living up to the name. But yeah, go on, Alex.
No, I think I'll just give my time more to Foxo and Cyclic so they can bash you some more.
I think they've already exceeded a
Okay.
combined 18 minutes of time.
Right.
I'm
No,
fairly certain.
I-
I'm fairly certain they can have more.
Okay.
I'm biting my tongue to
Okay,
avoid being
right.
very.
I'm just going to
very-
safely. Are you a flying boat because you're coming up short recently?
Hey, you know what? I'm not even mad. I'm not even mad. Hey, that's a good one. I'm not even mad. That's good.
One more
Okay.
aircraft I want to
Hey,
look
hey,
up here,
Foxo. Hey, Foxo. With how I react, am I a bit of a princess?
Hey, Phoenix, do you know what other
Get
aircraft
it?
started being manufactured in 1968?
What?
The C-5A.
Galaxy. Yeah, no, fair enough. It's all. Yeah.
I don't think I need to mention the maximum takeoff weight of that.
No. Right, okay! Bone Meal Boy asks, would 48 escorts, 24 Type 31, 12 Type 26, and 12 air defense destroyers be a good force level for the Royal Navy? It's a start. It's definitely better than what we currently have, but I'd add another 6 onto basically all of that. I'd have 30 Type 31, 18 Type 26, and 18 air defense destroyers.
I would. Honestly,
Okay,
I
now you're completely now in nicest way. You've got not got enough ASW ships, and you've got a whole load of general purpose ships, which you can't do much with.
Yeah,
For what
I
they mean to
wouldn't
do.
be adding
Uh,
any more to the Type.
Easy
31
Cyclic, let
force.
Clark go. He's first in line.
Sorry.
Basically, Cyclic is right. Type 31. No, you don't need that many. You need about... Okay, if you want to forward deploy some and have them wandering around, about 18 is where you should max out with the Type 31, 32 by. The proper ratio of air defense frigates to destroyers for operations is at least 2 air defense destroyers for every 3 ASW frigates. So if you want to have task groups built around, let's say you want to have 9 escort groups, then you need 18 Type 83s, and you then need 27 Type 26s. Then you need an extra 3 at least Type 26s to deal with operations for supporting strategic deterrent, which takes you up to 30. You probably need another 6 Type 83s for independent solo operations, which would take you up to 24. So basically 24, 30, and 18 is about right.
Basically, the reason you said you want the 83s for independent sonar operations is because they have to be able to defend themselves from missile attack and air attack if they're operating by themselves, basically.
They have to be able to defend themselves against everything if they're operating solo, but they're basically they're global presence ships, yes.
Yeah, okay. So basically, I was right in trying to increase 26 in air defense destroyers, but not by enough, and I was well over with 31 by, basically.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Right, I'm going to go through the list of everyone else then. So, Dragon, anything you want to add to this?
Not really.
Cyclic?
Other than to say, really beyond, like I would agree, no more than you absolutely need a 31. And if you want to augment your sort of maintenance of the peace, patrol force beyond that, just go for an enlarged river, not more Type 31s, or just more rivers. Because you've got manning considerations you've got to deal with, and Type 31s are not the most useful assets in high-end war in a high-end naval fight, which the Royal Navy needs to prepare for. very much so, out of all of these assets.
I mean, I would also like to point out quickly that while I know we're talking about escorts, that's fine. Is there anything? I mean, obviously he's talked about he's listed various classes. Are there any ships or any gaps here that people think aren't listed? So, for example,
Well, I presume the fleet auxiliaries, SSKs, SSNs, SSGNs, SSBNs, carriers, and other assets would be built up accordingly in proportion.
I was more thinking, like, is there any, like, he's talking about 26 air defense destroyers and 31. Like, would anyone?
No.
Would you let me finish? Would you let me finish?
No, because you want to add in other small ship runs of a small number of ships of this type and this type and this type, and just add a load of training and logistics issues, aren't you?
No, not at all.
That is what you're going down. Okay.
No.
Let's see.
What
were you going to do?
You've cut off my train of thought now, Alex, so I can't remember where I was going with it.
I would say CEC the fleet.
Yeah, that'll do.
Either with the U.S. or the French system, it doesn't matter, so long as it can...
Or the Israeli system, that's pretty good.
As long as it can talk to the U.S. and the French system, or is one of the two, because the two can talk to each other, you gotta CEC the fleet. You got to.
To be fair, we could go with the British system, which has never been deployed on a ship, but does work with both the systems. And I know works with both the systems because it actually is used by BAE to build their parts, which then integrate with the other two, the French and the American systems, and Marconi. And you just sit there and go, we have a system we've actually developed, and we haven't deployed it. Why? Because that would cost money. So we just research and develop it. We don't actually implement it. That's what's stupid!
Wow. You know what? I could absolutely fundamentally agree with Alex on that statement in pretty much everything he's just said.
There's still the CEC equipment that was purchased for several of the Type 45s that was delivered and never put on in a meaningful working manner on the ships outside of one ship having a couple of the antenna.
Let's not...
Yes, the 4 units which are bought and all sitting still in a warehouse in frigating Portsmouth Naval Base!
Doc, would you say that you have a particularly strong set of opinions on this matter?
I think we all agree with
Don't
exactly...
Don't get me started on it in the nicest way.
I don't
There's
necessarily...
an actual space in the CIC of the Type 23s for the British system to be put in that was never put in there!
Let me explain some of Alex's frustration here. While I don't agree with some people that call CEC a missile age dreadnought moment, it's really, really close.
Cooperative engagement kind of helps.
It really it changes the engagement game at sea.
I'll be back.
Need more on brew.
I'm going for the alcohol.
It's almost the equivalent of the quick firing gun.
It allows your task group to actually work together and be able to share data to fire. You know that stuff the British government keep promising the next generation of Royal Navy's going to be able to do, and have been promising it for the last 40 frigating years? Yeah, that's CEC.
CEC is fundamental to do that. Yes. CEC has been a system and capability the United States has been consistently working towards since the late 1940s, and finally was able to get it around in the 90s. And it was one of the many reasons the U.S. Navy took a lot of the sacrifices it did in the 90s was to preserve ships that were designed from the outset to take the capability and really make use of it.
No, go on, Cyclic.
It's hard to describe just how transformative it is, and the people that know me know I hate that word.
No, that's what you meant when we were going round. Sorry, go on, Cyclic. I'll finish
it
this
is. it is, if I have heard it described as a dreadnought moment. I'm not sure I agree with that, but my view is it's damn close.
Oh no, Alex, oh, that's what you meant when we were talking about 31. We were going around Kure Naval Base, and I said this, and you said it would be if they were fitted for it, and I didn't understand what you meant. I didn't realise how bad it was.
This is a capability
Screaming.
particularly in line with how limited the area air defense assets are in number for the Royal Navy that would actually allow a single or two Type 45s to provide full umbrella coverage within the full range of their Aster 30 weapon systems.
Yeah.
Instead of being horizon limited, which, by the way, allows you to take some other trade-offs in ship design that allow you to do some other things, because the Type 45s and the Type 26s would be able to cooperatively engage. Type 45s engaging entirely off of a Type 26 on inbound threats on the Type 26 that it could never see.
And you know what? It would
And
mean
it
that
allows
you
you to network all of the radars together into one completely fused picture, getting you effectively multi-static radar.
Yeah, and also that means it makes it far harder for units to avoid you. Because
Yes.
in the nicest way,
There's no gaps
if
to
you
slip through.
you can also at that point you can start going, well, we could maybe have a slightly different radar system on some of our ships, which might not be a great radar on its own, but when integrated with all the rest of them, provides the interesting capability.
Fleet is screaming internally.
Oh, don't worry. In the nicest way, I've had this conversation with many ministers because do you want to know how many briefings I go to, how many great speeches I go to where they go, the future of the Royal Navy integrated?
Have you had one of these today? Because if so, I entirely understand what you said,
Yes.
why you said what you said in Japan.
Yes.
I couldn't understand what could be so frustrating to drive you to that, even after you said it. I get it now.
Yes.
Like, how is this is like even to a bloody layman? Ships talk to each other. Good. How could anybody look at this and go, nah, that's not something we want? How?
You try and have this. I was told that the threat was not significant enough a few years ago. That was the reason to justify for it.
It doesn't
The
fucking
threat was not
matter.
significant enough to justify the cost.
It doesn't fucking matter whether
The
threat's
threat was
there.
significant enough in the 90s.
Also, politely.
We're talking about the same people who deleted the hospital and the gym and the hangar off the Albion class because the threat and utility weren't significant enough versus the cost.
The gem on a ship designed to carry ground combatants.
Yes.
And the hospital.
Yes.
I...
And the hangar. So they can
Last
actually
time I
carry
checked, a
helicopter.
Royal Marine may still need surgery after getting effing shot.
This.
Yeah.
My country is run
And
by.
there's an awful lot of people on this planet who have guns and don't
Yeah.
like the UK.
My country is
Yeah.
run by a cavalcade of comedy, but it's not fucking
Oh,
funny.
it gets more fun in the nicest way. This is one of the reasons why I say all three services are damned by the same group of people. Let's be honest. Have you considered how many artillery guns the British Army currently has working?
I know.
No.
I believe it's
How
the
many
test
do you think they have available
It's only
for
about.
maneuver brigades?
It's only for maneuver.
It's about
brigades.
28, isn't it?
No, it's less than that.
14.
the
Shared
archers they
between two
just
regiments to
bought.
support two brigades. 14 archers.
Yep, that's it. Yes, we have 100 light guns, but they're not exactly what I call maneuver assets, are they?
Well, also you don't really have 100 light guns, and you don't really have 14, because remember, some of those are going in maintenance and service.
Yeah. Oh no, that's why I said 100, because it's 118, I think, light guns. But if you account for 18 being down at any one time.
Nope, that doesn't
No,
get
more
you
than
100
18 are
light
down,
guns
well
because
done.
you still have your training school fleet.
Yes. And you have the ones attached to the Royal Marines, and you have the ones attached to the various other units, which
You
are
have what
often
it
various other
probably
divisions.
works out to being about 60 105mm guns that have not seen significant update in decades.
Oh my god. Oh my fucking god.
And let's then talk about the mortars. When was the last time Britain got a new 81mm infantry mortar?
81.
Yeah. When was the last time we bought new ones?
I don't want to think. Can we move on? Because I'm already
74, I want to say.
I'm already depressed.
And remember, the reason we haven't been, the army hasn't been able to get them, is because every time they petition for funding to it, they've been told they're a non-essential item, as there's not going to be the style of warfare which requires mass mortar use.
Excuse me, what sort of cockamamie bullshit is that? Do they think that
Treasury bullshit?
I'm going to introduce you to a term. There are these people in the British government, and specifically in the Treasury, but they are employed other departments as well, who title themselves cost efficiency engineers.
dead weight walking?
Not necessarily. Not necessarily,
It comes from
but
a good place because they wish to save money for the British taxpayer. It's not necessarily a
Politely,
bad thing,
with the
but
deepest
occasionally
possible
they go a little
sympathy.
bit too far.
With the deepest possible sympathy, Alex, I will stick to my guns on this one, because cost efficiency has no place in the military. It never has.
Remember, these are the same people who got rid of 3 units of the Royal of Type 45, which could have been ordered the next batch, which would have been the cheapest batch of ships, because we weren't going to need increased escort numbers in coming years because the world was going to be peaceful.
Even if it was going to be peaceful, you buy them anyway to allow for you to keep the cost. If they're cost efficiency engineers, they should have bloody well realised that it would be more cost efficient to have more hulls that you can then cycle, which brings
Especially
your
when you
overall...
consider, especially when you consider that the cost of the program for buying 6 was 6 billion, the cost of buying 9 would have probably made it up to about maximum of 7 billion.
Yeah, if I see one cost efficiency engineer that says anything along the lines of short-term economic gain or short-term savings, then they do not deserve that title, because they are not cost efficiency engineers.
They never use that term.
Fleet.
Oh, Fleet.
If you want to have real fun, look at what the cost efficiency engineers have justified when it comes to the UK railways and infrastructure spending.
Don't even. I don't even.
Well, to be fair, that was HS2.
No, they were the ones who were backing HS2 as the most efficient option for most of the time.
Yeah, it should have
Yeah,
only
and
been...
then they axed it when it became HS2.
Then it became axed it when so much money had already been spent that, frankly, it didn't actually save us that much money axing it.
Also, I returned bearing bad news. I will need to make a trip to Monasti at least once this week.
Oh.
I do not wish to make a trip to Manassas.
Oh, that's a
What's
shame.
Manassas?
Well,
It's a city in Northern Virginia.
A battle was also fought there in the U.S. Civil War. Well, actually, 2 were, I think. First and Second Manassas.
It's also known as Bull Run.
Yes. Anyway,
what were the Americans doing to the bulls to get them to run?
Anyway, right, folks. Before I get depressed and literally
Does it involve white woman?
Yeah, literally grab my samurai
Wait,
sword.
you aren't depressed already?
I am, but look, I'm trying, Barrister.
We gotta work harder.
Anyway, before I grab my samurai sword and literally start butchering people, despite the fact it's made of wood, I will literally use the splinters to butcher large parts of the British Civil Service and other government ministries as well. Let's move on. Typical Gunnery Officer asks, opinions on the Sadral Mistral and its automated and bundled manpads design. Do you think it's a better missile point defense system than the RIM 166 because it's cheaper, not manpower intensive, and non-American design? I don't think who designs a missile has any bearing on its value, quite frankly. Never understood that. So in terms of all things being equal in a direct comparison, not really. No, you're not. No, okay, Gunnery Officer. You and me, we have an understanding, but you're not comparing Mistral to RIM once. It took me a second to realise. what Rim 166 actually was. I had to do a quick reminder. No. Rim 166 is
116, not 166.
Sorry, 116 is CRAM. CRAM is Mistral is just it's not.
It is not
hang on.
CRAM, Fleet. It is the missile itself, rolling airframe missile. Please do not spread that misconception.
All right, fine. It is the missile itself, and the missile itself is better than Mistral.
May I ask a clarifying question?
Yes.
Did he use the term man pads in that question?
He did. Mistral can be used as a man pad. What?
I need to
Sagittal
recalibrate.
launcher is not.
I need to recalibrate my size limits, relative proportions then, because my understanding is that Mistral is a vehicle-launched weapon, not a shoulder-launched weapon.
It does not have to be a shoulder-launched weapon to be considered a man-portable air defense system. For the same reason RBS-70 is considered a man-pads. It is a weapon system that can be broken down and carried by light infantry. But those two weapons are the upper end of the weight and size spectrum. That said, RIM 116 is a dramatically better performing missile. It is a larger missile. There's a reason it is more expensive. It incorporates a couple more guidance modalities and a couple more seeker channels. It is fundamentally a weapon system designed around defending against threats like Musket, Onyx, Granite, Basalt, right? These big high-end anti-ship weapons. It will work very well against things like AS4, Exocet. It is one of the best. I will not say it is the best point defense system out there. The best point defense system out there is CAM. Sea Scepter. That system is the best point defense system out there.
Okay, I was not expecting you actually. I thought you were going to say you weren't going to hedge, but no, you actually have committed.
RIM 116 is the next best thing out there on the planet to that.
Fair enough.
There's no comparing Mistral to that.
Yeah. Mistral's not even a dedicated point defense missile. It's also a land-based system as well. Whereas RIM 116 had to really fight to not double six it there.
RIM 116 can do the anti-aircraft mission too, just fine. You could do it land-based if you wanted to.
Well,
it shares a similar lineage to Sidewinder. It kind of comes out of that originally and then turned into its own thing.
Okay, it's a newer missile as well. 116.
Kind of.
I know the
kind of.
Right,
it started its development process before the Falklands War.
I know. I hate modern missiles. I can never keep track of the bloody things. I can never keep track of where the hell I am with them. Anyway,
they're pretty boring.
They usually go fast enough that it is hard for those who are, how do I put this, shorter sighted and less observant to be able to track them in the air. I do understand that.
Fucking hell. Anyway, does anyone?
Let me explain this one. You see,
thank you for mentioning that Warhammer reference.
Yeah, Flynn managed to walk through into Mikasa Park and not see the huge arch over the road which he was walking along, which said, "Welcome to Mikasa Park." Which is why he was surprised when he found the Mikasa. When we were in Yokosuka.
I will point out, that's not being short-sighted, that's being unaware. There is a difference.
He does have a point. I don't want to admit it, but he does have a point.
I will grant you, I am about
non-observant and short-sighted.
Non-observant, I'll grant you, but I have never been short-sighted. Anyway, before we move on, does anyone
Of
have
course,
anything?
Fleet.
Does
You're not short-sighted. You're Darwy-sighted. Get it right.
Jesus Christ.
You're not short-sighted so much as
Another
short.
one in the book.
This is my life now. Does anyone
He is
else
quite
have
small.
anything they want to add before we move on, please?
Missiles are tools of the Elgi and are thus boring. Next question.
Kill me now. Knight6831 asks, if HMS Eagle was built from a British modified Tiger-based Chinese 1913 battlecruiser hull, what other changes apart from taller hangar heights, faster RN carrier speeds, and possible twin-engine planes might happen? Knight, why are you obsessed with twin-engined aircraft on Royal
need
Navy
more
carriers? And also,
I need more alcohol.
this isn't enough of a change to bring in twin-engined aircraft. The
Did I hear
the
Chinese
RN
battle cruiser?
Yeah. The RN already had ships of equivalent size to this hypothetical conversion in the form of Furious, Courageous, and Glorious. One additional hull is not going to make a difference. And also, they're faster than she will be, even when converted.
If it's based on Eagle, and it's just a battle cruiser variant of Eagle, I would direct you to the actual HMS Eagle Carrier Edition.
It's Eagle is built from a Tiger, basically. So 20. She might gain. She might become equivalent speed to the rest of the British carriers, excluding Hermes. So low 30s of knots.
She's based off of Tiger. Cool. You still don't see a significant size increase in terms of, flight air group conversions.
Yeah.
Until you start touching the admirals.
Yeah. I'm just gonna go up from the bottom. So if you're Ruana, you got anything you want to add beyond what you already have added?
I've said my piece.
Okay, Moe?
I'm more laughing at 1913 Chinese battlecruiser, but
yeah, it's like
that's why that caught my ear.
Yeah, the only thing the Chinese are building with big guns in this period, or they have on order, is that weird light armored cruiser they're ordering from the Austrians with a pair of twin 10-inch guns.
I'm more interested in who the Austrians would deliver the ship to.
Yeah, it's like
because 1913.
Because Discount Palpatine's on his way out at that point.
Well, no.
Oh no, wait, 1913 he's not. Yeah.
Do the re-education camps.
But okay, so Dragon, do you have?
Who was the guy that did the CCP before Mao Zedong, Moe?
Hang on. Okay, very quickly answer that
Sorry,
question,
what?
Moe. Yeah, just very quickly answer
I
that
did not
question.
hear.
Okay, well, hold that thought block. So just ask him through. I'm trying to get Dragon.
Who was the ruler of the CCP before Mao Zedong? Oh, the Communist Party, China.
I can't fucking remember off the top of my head, man.
The guy before the Long March.
I don't know.
I can't remember off the top of my head.
You're a resident Chinese historian. How can you not remember?
That's not.
Yeah, but I'm not an actual professional historian.
Anyway, can
Davis Fleet.
Presumably he had better knees before than after.
Anyway, so Dragon, do you have anything you want to add to this question? Do you want 6 minutes?
I got called away, so I'm not sure which question it is.
If HMS Eagle was built from a British modified, if HMS Eagle was built from a British modified Tiger-based export battle cruiser for the Chinese hull, what other changes apart from taller hangar heights, a faster overall RN carrier speed, and possible twin-engine planes might happen?
Why would twin-engine planes happen?
It's exactly the same thing we said. But anything else you want to add?
I'm just confused where this is coming from. Like, why is it being a?
I can explain the twin-engined aircraft where it comes from. If anyone wants,
I'm assuming the twin-engine
aircraft comes from. More about the it being a Tiger-based export.
It's one of the many things Vickers was offering around in 1913.
We'll get to you guys in a moment. Hold your fire. Keep the powder dry.
As was just mentioned, yeah, Vickers was selling China designs till the 30s.
Okay, so that gives me the context that I needed.
So I guess the context would be China actually said, you know what, we've managed to scrounge the money from somewhere. We'll do it.
Yeah, and
You've now ended up with an incomplete hull at this period.
It didn't people realize this existed because of the Chinese version of World of Warships who have added this to their game?
No. That's why we know of some of the ones that were planned for countries like Siam.
So I thought we've also got a Chinese
we do.
Tiger and
we do, but you've
Russian
also got
warships.
But you've also then got stuff like the what's it called? The Iranian battleship proposal with 1 quad, 1 triple of 12-inch guns, all forward. Like, yeah, Vickers sold a lot of designs at this point in time to a lot of nations.
Yeah.
And some ones you really wouldn't expect. To be fair, I'm not even sure you necessarily get taller hangars, though, if you convert it that way.
If you're converting it the same standard as the Eagle, you would have the Eagle-sized hangar, which was the tallest hangar the Royal Navy implemented.
Yeah.
So that's where the
but I don't
hangar
know.
heights come
Yeah,
from.
but it's why I'm just saying, though, but why would it be any different than the hangar Eagle had historically?
That was the tallest
tall.
hangar which was fitted.
Yeah.
So if you've gone with Eagle style, you've already she's going to be the only one like Eagle with with that height hangar.
Yeah, it's why the wording of apart from taller hangar, which
Eagle does have a taller hangar than the others.
Yeah, but it's just the wording of it makes it almost sound like taller than Eagle historically, or
yeah, it's a bit.
And also don't know why it would affect
it's poorly worded,
and also it wouldn't affect the hangar dimensions after this either, because it didn't historically.
It might have with a larger air group. It might have an impact, but I'll talk about that in one.
It would give you the slightly faster speed, yes, but
I mean, it would possibly make a uniform 4-ship quartet for the core of the RN carrier force. Given that from a conversion...
God, don't go there.
No,
don't go there.
All right, I won't go there. Does anyone else have anything they want to add? Dr. Clark, Cyclic, Foxo, as a trio?
Yeah.
All right.
So, let's start off with the twin-engined aircraft thing. It comes from, I think, probably mine and Drax's discussions on the subject, which I've happened a fair number of times on carriers. Basically, if the British had gone with the Admirals or converting any of the larger battle cruisers into carriers, they'd have had a lot of space. They wouldn't have been able to get been able to get any more airframes because of the way the Air Ministry was working and supplying the Fleet Air and with airframes. So we reckon they would have tried twin-engined aircraft just to see if that would give them extra range and power in terms of ability to carry torpedoes, etc. Especially when you consider the way the British trying to develop a uniform aircraft. The British dream was to develop an aircraft which would be your fighter, your spotter, your reconnaissance aircraft, and your torpedo aircraft in one aircraft. So, in nicest way, a twin-engined aircraft route is a way to go down that, because if you sort of consider where the Mosquito and those fast twin-engine aircraft do come from, that's sort of that area. But that's only going to be if you have a large enough carrier, which is going to have a large enough hangar, which is going to be empty. That's going to be the scenario. And the reason why the Royal Navy, the Fleet Air was always restricted in terms of airframe numbers is because the Royal Air Force and the Air Ministry didn't want the Fleet Air Arm to become large enough to justify its independence. That's part of the Air Ministry politics against that's worked. By the way, the Air Ministry are also limiting the size of the fighters and various other sections and the Army Cooperation Units because they're worried that if they make them too large, they will be a threat to the independence of the Air Force because they'll show them subservient to the other services. The Air Ministry was a very weird political organisation. It should often be separated off from the Royal Air Force. There's the Royal Air Force and what the good people of the Royal Air Force are doing, and there are people that are doing it in its political branch who are a bit weird and a bit special. But there again, most political branches and most armed forces are a bit weird and a bit special. So
And
then we go
charge.
from that. And if you have one extra carrier, which is a fast carrier, that's going to be great. They're still going to probably be deployed in 2 and 2. She's still probably going to end up being the Mediterranean carrier, along with Glorious normally. But it's probably going to be interesting having her around. Having a larger carrier earlier, though, and this is the thing, with her being larger and considering her position starting 1913, likely place in terms of construction when she's frozen, and therefore the greater speed with which you can convert her to a carrier means you have a larger carrier, faster carrier entering service as a full-length carrier slightly earlier, which is going to have an effect on the design and the construction of the following on carriers, because you're going to have the information from that operational design. Now, that could have an impact on the hangar design of the subsequent Courageous conversions, and specifically on vessels like Ark Royal afterwards. Ark Royal does have the next largest hangar out of after Eagle anyway, but if you'd had an Eagle-like aircraft carrier in service, a faster battlecruiser conversion Eagle-like aircraft carrier in service slightly earlier, that probably has a greater impact on the designs for Courageous and Glorious, which means they end up with higher hangars anyway. They did have some space in their design to have a slightly higher height. It wouldn't have been the same height as Eagles probably would have been, but it would have probably not been there wouldn't have been as stark a difference as there was historically. And that will probably then have an effect on aircraft development in the Fleet Air Arm. It might mean that you don't end up with the same kind of wing folding being developed by the British, but possibly you do. It's unlikely you end up with the Egyptian style, the warp like the Egyptian style folding, as I like to call it, because that's when you have your tip stick down, your wings fold up and your tip stick down. You probably won't need to do that if you've got a little bit more clearance. So yeah, that's going to have an impact, but again, it's not going to be enough of one to bring in twin-engine aircraft. It really isn't.
I'm going to interrupt our scheduled briefing here with a notice of an attempted Darwin Award. Somebody just took a turn from the far outside lane of an interstate, crossed the other lane, and then took one of the official vehicle-only median crossovers so they could turn around and go the other direction on the interstate.
Impressive.
Give that man a hand.
Yes.
You're giving more and more evidence to my decision that if we do a tour of America, a road tour of America,
avoid Virginia like the plague.
We are not going on the interstate.
It could be Maryland. We could be worse. We could be Maryland.
In Maryland, you can at least anticipate that they're going to be aggressive. In Virginia, you ain't got a clue what they're going to do.
Why are you anticipating if a Maryland driver is aggressive? They are aggressive by default.
Exactly.
The only
you can predict that. You know exactly what you're going to get.
Gentlemen,
State of Virginia,
gentlemen,
you have no clue.
Gentlemen, while I do appreciate this lovely
Wait. Are you saying
lady and gentlemen,
someone in West Virginia tried to send themselves to heaven?
In Virginia, not West Virginia.
Western Virginia,
Where they are.
Ladies and gentlemen,
they are already in heaven.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen.
Almost.
Ladies and gentlemen, shall we perhaps move forward slightly, because we do have some more questions to get through, and we still have half an hour in which to do it. Brandon Larson asks, and since this is a question specifically for two people, it skips through the Fleet First doctrine, because if a question is directed to specific members of the panel, they get it first. Brandon Larson asks, what is Cyclic and Dr. Clark's thoughts on the current situation in the Caribbean?
Oh boy.
Well, sort that out between you, the
I am
two of you. Who wants to
recusing
go
myself from this question.
There is a lot of technically legals going on, because maritime law is interesting. And the note I always make about maritime law is you have to remember that the official rule of thumb we tend to use in maritime law is that less than 3% of maritime law is actually known. That's all and that is mostly that is mostly set in terms of precedent, and less than 3% of known maritime law is actually codified. So 3% of maritime law has been written, and only 3% of that has been codified. Is not set in precedent. And just remember, precedent can be overturned. So yes, and that's our estimation of it, because it's going to sound fun, but maritime law is one of those areas where every time we get together to try and sort it out, it becomes very political. There was a recent example of this where lots of people were trying to sort out various issues to do with fueling of ships, and turn it into maritime law to start a precedent of actually improved fuel standards. And this turned into a very heated thing when certain people didn't get the concessions and agreements they wanted, so they turned it into a massive political bun fight between nations.
This happens on a shockingly regular basis? Question mark?
No, it doesn't happen on a shocking regular basis, because most of the time people don't take any notice of maritime law at all.
And, it helps when you have a man-child in the White House. Maybe insulting the man-child.
In a nice way, it's not even that. It's that, honestly, one of the troubles you have with maritime law is the people involved in it are so used to their governments and no government actually taking notice of what they're doing. They just carry on and sort it out in the best technocratic way and just presume the governments will catch up later. It's when the governments actually take notice of what they're doing it actually gets interesting. Because governments usually just don't take any frigating notice.
Yeah.
So, in nicest way, I'm not surprised what happened, because for once the government was actually paying attention to what was going on. Maritime law is one of those areas where normally every single government is asleep at the wheel, because if you ask government what they care about, usually it comes back to the phrase of getting re-elected. And let's be honest, maritime law doesn't obviously affect their electorates enough that any of them really give a hoot about it.
Mm-hmm. Indeed.
Witness our earlier discussion about defense spending and procurement.
Yes. Because that doesn't get you re-elected. Yet.
No.
Unless it does.
No, that only happens when there's a war.
Yeah. Right. Does anyone
Pay
else
close attention to the Virginia gubernatorial election.
Yeah. Does anyone else have anything they wish to add to this situation in the Caribbean before we move on? Anything else people want to talk about? Okay.
Yeah.
Dr. Clark's got it on. Go ahead, Fox up.
I was just going to ask is, even if we did come together and decided what anything the US does in the Caribbean is against maritime law, who's actually going to enforce it on them?
That's the other problem.
Who's got the cojones to fight the US Navy?
Yeah, and it's like law enforcement.
It's not a matter
for a
of
law
government,
to be.
It's a matter of who combined has the capability.
Because it's like laws are enforced through a monopoly of force. The US has the monopoly of force. On a fundamental level, what they say goes.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
In the nicest way, that's why quite a lot of maritime law boils down to might makes right.
Mm-hmm. Indeed.
No, I mean it really does.
No, I'm not denying that.
90% of the precedent has been set by the Royal Navy doing nasty things to people.
Yeah. This is entirely.
This is one of the reasons why Britain goes every time China does something nasty at sea. Britain goes, we would like to protest this. We possibly did something very similar in 1860.
The White House on this matter, unless somebody can find me language in the 2025 or 2026 NDAAs that contravenes this, the White House is technically operating within the limits of its statutory and constitutional authority.
Yep.
You only get due process if you are captured by the U.S. on the U.S. soil or a U.S. citizen. These strikes are on targets which meet none of those criteria. It is, like Dr. Clark said, it is technically legal. And practically, no one is going to put blood in the water over Venezuelan, over South American narco boats, unless they have very good reason.
Besides, it's helping everyone else as well, because it's not just the supply which is going to America which is being impacted.
Yeah, half
so
of the
expect a lot of
stuff
people to
they've
protest
detonated
them.
has been en route to Europe.
Yeah.
So
that doesn't sit right with me. The whole concept.
Pretty much the only way there's only two ways this is going to stop. And they both require Congress to do their job. Either Congress specifically prohibits any funds being used for these strikes, which
I
with
highly
the
doubt
current
they will.
Yes, and with the current shutdown has shown exactly how much this administration cares about the proper allocation and disbursement of funds. Or it becomes a codified criminal law that these types of strikes are illegal.
They have mentioned that they're more referring to the fact that apparently USS Gerald R. Ford has been redeployed to that region.
Oh, are they talking about the military balance and is the U.S. potentially preparing for strikes on Venezuela?
No, it
Or
just
Venezuelan
says referring to
territory,
Gerald
or-
R. Ford being moved.
It could be.
I mean, I'm not happy she's being moved out of the European Theater of Operations, to use the World War II term, but
yes,
I'd
he
rather
is.
her stay in
He is
support of
exactly
NATO.
referring to the correlation of forces. That's exactly what he's referring
Okay.
to.
The Venezuelans might as well be pissing into the wind, to be blunt.
Yeah.
I could phrase it a little bit more colorfully, but I won't.
In nicest way, couldn't the Americans use their converted crop dusters to decimate the Venezuelan air defenses?
No, the Venezuelans do actually have some.
They do actually have some capability. Now, you'll see a lot of talk about, specifically on the naval side here, about how the Venezuelan Su-30s have KH-31, and that's a problem. That's a particularly interesting take. Yes, it is a supersonic sea-skimming anti-ship missile. It is also a very short-ranged one.
And also, even if they have enough to put two on each wing of, two on each.
They have a reasonable amount.
No, but anyway, the point I was going to make is even if they have that many, it's still not a realistic threat to any reasonable U.S. task group operating in theater.
Oh, it gets so much better than that, Fleet. So after the fall of the Soviet Union, the U.S. started buying anti-ship missiles from the Russians to use as training targets. We take the warhead out and put a weight simulator and some data recording stuff in there. KH-31 was one of those missiles.
Mm-hmm.
After a few practice engagements, we asked the Russians for a license to modify the missiles because they weren't a difficult enough target for training. The Russians have not modified that missile since.
And additionally, just to point this out, historically, Congress has left the distribution and allocation of forces 90+% up to the administration.
Yeah.
So there is no reason that the POTUS, SECNAV, SECDEF, CNO cannot order
a carrier to go wherever the hell they want in international waters.
Yeah. So yeah, they could send it to the Arctic Circle if they wanted to. Be very stupid, but they could.
Oh no, we routinely send them up north of the Arctic Circle. Ford's been up there 3-4 times.
Yeah,
it's.
I
really do.
I'm thinking
they took it into Narvik Field, didn't they?
I keep forgetting how big the Arctic Circle is. or at least how it's situated relative to landmass.
It's not too
I'm
far
thinking
north
more
of
of the
Narvik. Let's put it that way.
yeah.
No,
I'm
Narvik
thinking
is
the ice.
inside the Arctic Circle.
Oh, thank you.
I'm
Narvik's in
thinking.
the Arctic.
Can we let Ruin on
I
finish,
had geography
please?
fell there.
Let Ruin on finish.
I'm thinking of the ice pack
Dr. Clark.
on the North Pole. So
Yeah, that would be pretty
the
stupid.
administration is well within its legal right or legal authority. Technically, it's not a right; it's authority to send forces hither and yon as it sees fit.
Yes. Right. Moving on. And I will just no, I'm not going to say that. 96831 asks.
Real quick, can I add another thing onto the whole Ford thing?
Yes, very quickly.
Even if the U.S. is preparing for strikes on Venezuela, she's not needed there. There are F-15Es in Tampa that can strike unrefueled.
Mm-hmm.
Not to mention the B-52s in Louisiana.
B-52s anywhere, quite frankly. There's nowhere a B-52 can't reach.
To be fair, yes. But
yeah,
if
but
you heard
this
some,
is
if
the
you heard
reach
some noise
of-
from a poodle, then that was the poodle complaining about Fleet.
Yeah, but even then, it's leave at breakfast, get home for dinner, sleep in own rack
Yeah.
range.
Yes. Knight6831 asks, question 42. During the Invincible class design process, Sea Dart is dropped from the design. What replaces it? More hangar space?
Seawolf.
I guess? And Seawolf?
Seawolf.
Because you don't have the magazine underneath the twin arm launcher? Because I don't think Seawolf...
I do actually
No.
agree with those having Sea Dart, by the way.
I do as well. I think it was a good idea.
Because the Royal Navy did not have enough modern area air warfare combatants. They desperately needed it.
Yeah.
Still probably would have been nice to have Seawolf on there as well.
Yeah. I mean, they got Sea Whiz at least, which is close in defense, thank God. Not as good as Seawolf, but still.
And it won't shoot.
Yeah, when did they get that fleet?
After the Falklands.
Yeah.
I mean, they still got it!
Yeah, Fleet. Where do you think the Invincible class have their magazine?
Don't take that patronizing. Don't take that patronizing tone with me.
Fleet, you kind of deserve it.
Yeah, I'm just
Yeah.
asking.
When we're
You
talking
just said
missile age stuff.
It was going to provide extra hangar space.
Didn't we literally discuss this when we were talking about the Invincibles a while ago? You literally said, and I quote, if they hadn't fitted Sea Dart, we could have had extra space in there for other things. That might be me extrapolating that
That's
into extra
not
hangar space.
Hangar space.
That's not what
further
I
down in the
said.
ship.
Yeah. The
There's a
magazine
lot
is not at hangar level.
No, fair enough. Damn, I thought I
Even
thought
the
Sea
Russians
Dart's-
don't do that.
I thought Sea Dart was deeper than that in terms of its magazine depth, but never mind.
That's what
Sea Dart.
I know.
Sea Dart isn't at hangar level.
I know.
Hangar level is literally just below the flight deck, right?
Yeah.
And there's 3 decks down, which is that all the how. big
Turn
the
on
hangar
mute me
level
for a
is.
second.
I'm driving, my guy.
I got him.
The Sea Dart missile storage is well down in the ship. The magazine is well down in the ship, so that's not going to help you with extra hangar space.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Well, there we are. Anyone else got anything
What will
want to
give you
add?
extra hangar space is if you move the
I don't think
the
Fleet did.
lifts to deck edge lifts.
Testing.
Yep. Hello. I did. I
Okay,
I
yeah, I
did.
don't think Fleet did.
No, I did. I muted you for a second after you said to be muted.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think either one of you got the joke.
No.
I presumed you were just going off the screen into the wind because of Fleet.
Yes.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I got too.
I
Okay.
didn't feel I needed to say that. I do that myself as well. I sometimes end up watching other things or reading books to try and calm myself down because of Fleet.
Motherfuckers! Like,
I
may
opened
I
the fridge
remind
and realized
you...
I was out of alcohol.
May
Oh,
I
good
remind
Lord, you poor
everyone
man.
present,
I
both
can't
on-
afford to keep my normal stash
Yeah.
right now because of the shutdown.
Yeah. May I
That's
remind...
terrible.
Yes, it is, actually, and I deeply sympathise. But may I remind everyone on the panel...
Yes,
and
our functioning alcoholic here
and-
really will sympathise.
May I have... I
I
remind...
drink spirits. He's still
I-
an alcoholic.
I remain...
He claims he's functioning.
I
that's
swear
the
to God,
thing.
I will start fucking serving you
claims
people
he's
if you
in
don't let me
control.
speak.
Let
I-
Fleet
love how
speak
he
so he
controls
can have
the
his
server.
moment.
May I remind everyone on the panel and those in the audience, before anyone forgets, I am not a historian, I am not an expert. If you come to me for my opinion, you will get it, and I give color commentary, not advice or professional opinions. Whatever you hear out of my mouth, if you don't think it sounds right, please do go away and check. You get my opinion and what I think I know. Simple as that. Anything else?
And
you
then,
don't
as
come to me for.
functional strangers, politely and respectfully tell him why he's wrong.
And I don't
we
mind
have-
being told I'm wrong.
Or
Tried
alternatively,
that
while you're
for
walking
more
along
than
in the
5
street
years
next
now.
to him, he's going to touch you in places he's not supposed to
Oh,
touch you.
shut up, Alex. God's sake,
Or
you're
according
right.
to another of
do
our
that.
colleagues from the Ship Shape Trip, he's going to do that to you in a lift.
Again, I don't know I don't know what Drax is referring to because this.
Do you just not like have an awareness of where your hands are and constantly move them back and forth or side to
Yes.
side or something?
Honestly, yeah, I wouldn't put it past me.
Unconsciously, okay.
As members of the panel, we have the privilege of being able to take the piss out of Fleet.
He can try and take the piss out of us in return.
I never get a bloody chance.
Usually,
I never get a
Yes,
bloody
but-
chance. It's a united
but
front against me all the
this-
damn time.
But this is almost like doing mental combat with the unarmed at this point.
Yeah, you see, my secret to dealing with getting the piss taken out of me, usually, is to just lean into it.
I've tried that. It didn't fucking work with this lot. You lot are the only fucking people that doesn't fucking work with.
Yes, that's how I deal with it. I didn't say it makes it stop. I just said it's how I deal with it.
I've just dealt
You
with
make the mistake of getting your dander up.
it. It's part of the personality. It kind of fits with the whole persona.
At one point, he hit me with
Anyway.
his hat.
I hit you with my hat multiple
At
times
least
to get you to shut
at
up.
least it revealed to us all that we'd be worried about the bald spot that was probably coming underneath the hat was not actually the case. He wasn't actually going bald.
But whoa, wait a minute. Did you just accuse Dr. Clark of not knowing when to shut up?
Yes, I fucking well did.
To be fair,
Hot
that was
kettle.
when I was protesting at his hitting me after me trying to air my grievance about his inappropriate touching.
Oh, fuck's sake, this man. Anyway, moving on. Unless anyone has
I am
anything.
staring
Unless
at the road. I
And
am
he did it
staring
in
at the
front of
road
witnesses.
ahead of me, dumbfounded at that statement. I don't know what to do with
unless
this.
anyone else has anything they wish to add about the Invincible design process and C-Dot being dropped from it, can we move on?
Yes, so about the Invincibles, I think it was an absolutely brilliant cartoon series that really did what if the
Woman,
Superman
I
was
swear to God!
evil. Well,
Film series. They didn't do a TV one.
or was it a film series? Yes, anyway,
Anyway.
yes,
They
it's
went
a
one,
Invincibles
two.
film series.
Anyway. Anyway.
Yes,
Your
and it's a really
typical
good
I
deconstruction
fuck, so I swear
on
to God.
how amount of
Five,
power,
4,
how
3, 2, 1,
Thunderbirds
I
I go.
haven't seen the anime series as well.
5,
And this is the other
4,
thing. People
3,
keep asking me if
2,
Fleet brought
1.
home.
Oh no, Dr. Clark's gone weeb. He's calling cartoons anime now.
No. It
Wait,
was
who
actually the question
unmuted
that keeps
him?
coming through is that did Fleet bring home an anime body pillow? And I had to tell people I didn't know. All I could get from Dr. Dan is that he brought home a lock of luggage. So Fleet, this is the important question which many people have asked me: did you bring home a body pillow of a ship girl? And if so, which ship girl did you get?
My fucking
The
god.
silence
Oh,
is deafening.
No, the
It's
I was glad
silence.
where Fleet was monetarily capable of acquiring such.
The silence is me walking
Luxury.
over to a nearby wall and bashing my head repeatedly into it.
From what I've seen, though, I
No.
actually, these sort of things are
But you
actually
don't
not that
give yourself
expensive in
more
Japan.
brain
No.
damage.
No, I
The
did
question
not
now
bring
is
back a
becoming
body.
is, Fleet, how many of those pillars did he bring back with you, and which
I
girls did
had
you
the
pick? 'Cause
same
the
two
silence-
fucking pieces
obviously,
of luggage that you fuckers saw me with every single sodding time. I did not have the
No,
space
you
for a
didn't.
body
You
pillow.
always paid for your luggage to be taken around by special by special service.
You literally
So you
saw
could have hidden all
both.
sorts of things.
You literally saw both
Oh, that
pieces of.
explains.
You literally saw both pieces of
No,
bloody luggage in
I never saw
Sasebo.
them.
Yes, you did. You literally sat right next to me in Sasebo. Don't you fucking twist the fucking narrative. I swear to God, Alex, I will drive down to Cornwall and make you eat those
I
words.
can't believe you waste
I
money on
never saw them open, so I have no idea what
luggage
you put in them.
delivery.
Oh, the backpedaling. What
Please,
are
we
you?
all know that
No.
Fleet would have got some, I don't know, idle stuff.
What?
Oh yeah, in nicest
Why
way,
on
the
earth?
other stuff going
Why
around
on
is
earth
just
would I
terrible,
waste my
just
money on
nonsense.
something that trashy?
And
Jesus Christ! I thought
Because
you
you're
better than that.
Oh, no,
I'm sorry. Did he just diss idols?
Yeah, he just said, I just called it all trash, yes.
Well, okay,
God, I'm
most
gonna have
idols
such
are
a
trash.
moderation
Good
headache
lord.
on this video.
Most
I think I might just
idols are
drop
trash.
here.
You thought
I'm just remembering
Swifties
the
were
times of
insane.
Fleet disappeared into various stores. I'm thinking
What
Fleet
are
was
you
hunting for
talking
idol
about?
merch.
Alex,
Because
are
around
you,
the stores he
you
was
officially?
appearing
I gotta get
Anyway.
something to eat. Y'all have a good one.
Anyway, can we get back to the fucking
Bye.
questions, please?
Do so then.
I've been trying to.
Why are you
Try harder.
You're
God.
trying too hard to take control. Just
It's
relax.
My fucking show.
You gotta
And
take
let-
control of your life. Get it right, babe.
Typical gunnery officer asks, why did the British choose the Rheinmetall 120 smoothbore gun for the Charlie 3? Do you think the 120mm rifled on the previous Chai 2 and 1 isn't that good for today's tank warfare? Honestly, well, it's not that it wasn't good, it's just that the smoothbore is generally better and its commonality with the rest of the NATO tank fleet.
It's not that fleet.
No.
Right. It's the next generation of gun-based metallurgy.
Please go ahead, I'm genuinely curious now.
So, you're aware that the 120 they used on the Chieftain
Mm-hmm.
was a development of the one they used on the Conqueror.
Yep.
The difference between those guns is that the Conquerors, for a similar muzzle velocity, is significantly heavier with a lower barrel life.
Ah.
Improvements in metallurgy is why the Chieftain has a different gun. That happened again to Challenger 1, and then a couple of Challenger 2s.
Uh-huh.
It's now happening again.
Okay, now I get that, but the whole thing I'm going to ask then, as sort of kind of a counter question, is why? I mean, I know we've been looking to move to smoothbore for, well, basically since Challenger 1. But why did it take till now for them to actually win the argument?
Because
I mean, I know metallurgy, as you said, but why? Like, if that
because
happened,
the gun for Challenger 1, Royal Ordnance Leeds was tooled up to make when MBT-70 fell through.
right?
Because that was the gun for MBT-70. So they had the tooling to make the guns. They had already started making the guns.
Okay,
So
fair
why
enough.
would they buy Rheinmetall?
Okay, fair enough.
Royal Ordnance no longer exists.
Ah, right. There we are. I see. So
It's by American, by a Korean, or by German.
So basically, because Royal Ordnance fucking ate a brick, we're where we are. I mean, okay,
Yes.
no, okay. I'm not going to use the words I'm not complaining, because no, I am going to complain. Fucking Royal Ordnance shouldn't have died, but at the same time, I can't really complain about the change of gun on the tank. I am going to complain about how we
Just
got here, but I'm not going to complain about the gun that we've picked.
Okay, well that's good. But now can we answer a question from me, which I have had to have? You see, having to have from Japan, and this is one for Fleet. See, at certain points, we were all wondering what was going on in the stores in Japan because they have, in some stores, they have stuff which is behind the curtains.
I'm scared.
And it was Fleet who had to explain all this stuff to the rest of the ship crew. So I'm wondering how Fleet learnt what was behind the curtains.
Nope. I'm using moderator privilege. We're moving right past this, and I'm going to talk about what I know about why you prefer a smoothbore gun over a rifle gun.
I'm going to overrule you with one simple phrase. Alex, what in the name of fuck are you talking about?
Anyway,
Chewie one of the breakfast morning discussions.
Anyway, part of the reason too why you would want a smoothbore over a rifle is a lot of chemical effect rounds, heat, HESH, so on and so forth, and some of the more delicate, advanced rounds really don't like being spin stabilized. As in, they will still function, they just don't function nearly as well.
Yeah.
Yes, but that only applies to tungsten darts.
No, it applied to HESH as well. HESH, you couldn't fire HESH from a smoothbore.
You can. The 76 HESH was the 76 low pressure. To put on, I think it was a Scorpion.
You could technically fin stabilize it.
Yes, you could.
It's
you
fin stabilized HESH.
Yes, you can fire fin stabilized HESH from a smoothbore 76. I absolutely agree. But they tried to fire smooth HESH from the smoothbore 120. It did not go well.
Yeah,
they literally came
a
up with
smoothbore 120 that was a re-barreled 120mm L1. A 1950s 120. They did test for going to the Challenger 1, where the Challenger 1's the smoothbore prototype of the Challenger 1. They used the Rheinmetall gun, can fire fin stabilized HESH. Like, it's just horses for courses.
Friday is going to be a hell of a session. Friday is going to absolutely.
Friday, it's not going to be Friday. It's going to be a case of we're probably going to need 2.
Yeah, Friday and Saturday.
Monday.
I think it'll be Friday and Saturday.
Sorry, can I just finish up?
Yeah, go on.
Isn't it next Monday?
Yes, but it's Fleet's referring to catch up.
Yeah.
Oh, I was referring to when the HR event's going to be.
That's Monday.
Yeah. But with the 120 versus rifle versus smoothbore, at this point it's mostly academic. Because you're looking at penetrations that are from what using the previous generation of gun and rounds are that close. It doesn't really matter.
Uh-oh.
It's rarely shoot at other tanks.
I just saw one of the questions. Uh-oh.
Okay. Knight 681 asks, as the Dragon Empire in Azure Lane has Silkworm ship-to-ship missiles, would the Eagle Union and the Royal Navy develop countermeasures? Dragon Foxo, go nuts. This ain't my cup of tea.
And there's a significant portion of your audience, and you're not giving them respect and deserve by doing the proper research.
Alex,
To be frank, you
just
get it.
said that I don't. That's not what I. Never mind.
Anyway,
To be frank, you get enough questions, it would probably behoove you to start watching Azure Lane.
it's not really
It's
something
not
you
that
watch.
bad.
You have to play.
Yeah, go play it.
Or honestly, if you don't want to play it and
Either
you don't
way.
want to watch the series, just read a little bit up on the wiki every now and then.
Yeah, that's
just
what
read
that's
through
what I do.
Just read through stuff like what events have taken place.
Yeah, I
me
tend
put
to read the
this
wiki
in a
on things
language
because
you can all understand, and let me be fundamentally clear about this. Whilst yes, I run this show and I do take questions, I am not going to go deliberately out of my way to do.
Are
things
you going to
that
blame
do
this on
not-
you being a human and not hatch and actually needing to sleep?
No,
Is that what you're going to blame this
No,
on?
no. What I'm going to
Are
say
you
is,
going to bring in the weakness of being a wrong human?
Let's let Fleet finish.
You're starting to be rude now. Can you let him actually speak?
My connection may have dropped, but let him finish, Doc.
as I was saying, I run this show, and I am happy to take all questions that come to me. However, one thing I have always one thing I have always maintained is that I will not go out of my way to do things that fundamentally do not interest me to be able to better answer questions that come into this show. I am not an expert on anything. I am simply a person who runs a Q&A session on a Monday and then finishes catching up the questions on a Friday, in addition to also doing other things related to the channel. Now, and that's just...
Please stop being false modest. You're more than that at this point.
Yes, you are more than that.
But politely, but just the reason I've said this is I have no interest in Azure Lane, to be fundamentally blunt. I understand people want to ask questions about it, and that's fine, but I have no interest in going away and playing it or watching the anime series related to it. And if I have no interest in that, I'm also not particularly interested in digging through the wiki either. Simply put.
Now,
Just
while
finding
that
Dragon exist.
Yeah, well, that is fair. It still would probably be somewhat useful instead of you immediately being evasive.
I mean, if I
could
didn't...
at least learn a limited amount, even if it is just basic stuff.
If I didn't have you and Dragon, if I didn't have you and Foxo here, then yes, I would absolutely agree. But here's the thing: I have two literal experts here who can actually field these questions far better than I can. So fundamentally, I feel like that would be an exercise in futility.
I'm still surprised Fleet isn't more interested in the Iris Orthodoxy than he is. Considering how much of a francophone he is, I'd have thought he'd been at least interested in the Iris Orthodoxy.
Genuinely, actually, I think the storyline of the whole split between Iris Liberté and Vicia Dominion, the fall of the original Iris Orthodoxy, and now the recreation of the Iris Orthodoxy, now that the two warring factions have effectively made amends, is actually a really good bit of storytelling.
I think he would enjoy that.
But I can see why he doesn't necessarily like doing it. Just
hey,
if I'm the one who's browsing through random old articles on these completely useless topics almost at times to try and find this tiny little bit of niche information, you can probably do the same, at least to some.
You still haven't found me the information, Dragon.
Which information? There's a lot of information. Do you mean about
which information? Is there anything I can help with?
8-inch 120 caliber.
Yes.
Is one thing I'm currently being said. It's why I need to see if I can actually, because it's the whole archives thing that you mentioned. Now that that's gone ahead, she's not let it go, because the Tynan Weir archives, which has the Vickers archives, is near me, and oh god, trying to find stuff.
Right, look,
well,
I'm sorry
to... for a research day at some point soon. So if you want to join me up there when I'm up there for research day, then that'd be quite fun.
In regards to the question, would they develop countermeasures? Well, as we've seen, no. Would they do so in a different environment? Probably, but then again, they kind of were given that just because they needed something. To be honest. For being, to quote, a core member of the Azure Lane. The fact that until, 2-3 years ago, Moe, at this point, maybe? They had, 4 ships.
Talking about the Dragon Emery?
Yeah. They had
they were
Ninghai,
pretty much pointless for quite a long time.
Ninghai, Pinghai. The other one. That cruiser which buffs those two, and then they had a 4th one, as I recall. And it's only lately they've actually only the past couple of years they started getting actual stuff. And most of that is, yes, this is like a protected cruiser from the 1890s. Yatsen, thank you, Rishi. Because she got her retrofits a while ago now. What's going on? But yeah, so honestly, would they get it? Maybe. But honestly, considering what technology they're looking at, considering that at this point, Eagle Union and their research has practically got us flying aircraft carriers, I don't think they're really that concerned. To be brutally honest.
You should Minecraft Watcher. Sorry. Anyone else got anything they want to add, or should we move on?
Which timeline?
I'll just say the Dragon Emperor, the thing that's always amazed me is the fact they found aircraft carriers they've assigned them. The Chen-Hai and the Hajar.
They're seaplane tenders sold by Vickers.
Yeah, they are.
And they actually are in-game. Are actual seaplane tenders, they're not proper carriers, apart from that one retrofit.
Yeah.
YouTube Minecraft.
And that's being generous.
YouTube Minecraft Watcher asks, what is the panel's thoughts on the high angle mounts on the county's 8-inch turrets? And did the concept of calibers larger than 6 inches dual purpose mounts have potential? And to answer the latter part of that question first, yes. Yes, they did. It just took another 20 and a bit years for that to come to fruition. Specifically in the Des Moines and their 8-inch mounts. Although they were specifically aimed at shooting things further away rather than aircraft diving right on top of you. And most importantly, they had the rate of fire and the fire control to make use of that capability, to engage targets further out than even the 6-inch batteries on the Worcesters could do. Yes, I got the pronunciation right first time. For once.
I'm just impressed you got it all right. Pretty much.
But in regards,
you got it all right.
but in regards to the counties, I think the counties were absolutely ahead of their time in terms of trying to do that. Although, as was discovered during the war, it did also have some niche use cases during the conflict. But in terms of actually using their main guns to engage aircraft, they weren't really set up for it. It would have been interesting, however, as this is one of the few counties to survive in its original form with all of its guns and that increased elevation for as long as it did. It would have been interesting to see, had the Spanish had more money, what they could have rigged up for Canarius, given post-war fire control being what it is. Of course, obviously, she was retained primarily as a status symbol and not really upgraded post-World War II, but it would have been interesting to see what a county-class hull with that sort of elevation could have done had they worked on her. Has anyone else got anything they want to add to that whole question?
I mean, it would be interesting to see how much longer that type of turret that you see on the Des Moines would have taken if you didn't have a 10,000 ton limit.
That's true. Anyone else want to add anything? Anything I got wrong? No, Gunner Officer, I didn't forget about this. I didn't forget about the single 8-inch gun, the large naval gun system.
And it was much later.
Yeah, A, it was much later, and B, it was phrased in the concept of cruisers and cruiser guns. So my natural jumping off point from that was obviously the Des Moines. But yes, the 8-inch single gun did exist, and it was considered as primary armament for the nuclear cruisers that the Ticonderogas were supposed to be the destroyers to escort. They were supposed to carry 2 of them, I believe. And they were supposed to be their only large gun armament, with the 5-inch just not being present on those ships. Dragon, Foxo, Dr. Clark, anything else you guys want to add? Moe, Guy?
8-inch gun. Big gun.
Dr. Clark, nothing you want to add at all?
I'm pretty well. I'm just I've just found out there is a entire racetrack which has a battleship model built in the middle of it, in the middle of in Japan. And I didn't realize this before we went, because we could have booked a test drive around it, and there's a battleship model built in the middle of it.
What battleship is it?
That would have been an absolutely great thing to do in ship shape.
What battleship is it?
But it's in the middle of Japan. I'm not sure, but it's just it's battleship models and things built in it in the middle of it. And yeah, I'm just sitting there going, oh, if I'd realized this was there, I'd have booked us a day testing out race cars and doing it. I would have found the money.
Yeah.
I don't know what.
Yeah, that would have been great. That would have actually been really good, because I didn't get a chance to drive while I was out there, and I do like driving.
No.
Wait, you in control of a car is a nightmare.
I would say you haven't seen me drive.
I can testify to his inability to navigate.
Oh, come on. Navigation is one thing, but my driving skill wasn't that bad.
Don't worry, Fleet, you are taking the fastest available route.
Anyway, Seneca Nero 3874 asks, how would the RN react to the US squadron that joins the Flam Fleet in World War I if it contains both Alaska-class cruisers? How would they react to the speed and accuracy? The Alaska class are, and I think I can say this without any risk of contradiction, the most powerful capital assets in the world at that point. Yes, I know the QEs exist, but the Alaska's combination of firepower, fire control, and the range that those 12-inch guns can reach out to, given their increased elevation, and the fire control to make use of it does make them at that point the most powerful capital ships in the world. Would you agree with that,
Definitely
Alex?
They're definitely the most powerful eggs armed with mallets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they are
They
cruisers.
have no armor.
Yeah.
They're not. I wouldn't call them capital assets. They're very powerful. They're very powerful in terms of their range of engagement. They're going to win the fight with pretty much anything because of the range they'll be able to engage it with radar-guided gunnery. But the thing is, if they're hit by anything, they're going to be in trouble.
But so the next question would be:
No. I've got to contest this actually. No. But they're made out of, I think it's STS steel, so they're made out of much better, and especially with the 12-inch dreadnoughts that with comparison to, they're much better built and they're fully welded construction. So won't that mean that arguably they're better at taking hits than contemporary dreadnoughts?
What's their thickest armor?
I can't remember off the top of my head.
9 inches, going down to 5 inches, sloped at only 10 degrees.
Yeah,
their deck armor's 3.8 to 4 inches. Their barbettes are 11 to 13, and their turrets are 12.8. But honestly, it's nothing that if it gets within range of a 12-inch gunship is going to really stop a 12-inch gunship, is it?
I'll be honest.
I mean, it's much better armor steel, though.
Give me a sec, Foxo. To me, this literally just sounds like they would class them as battle cruisers.
Yes.
For the time, like these are, this is what we consider a battle cruiser almost at this
In
point.
World War I, they are definitely battle cruisers. By World War II, they're heavy cruisers because of the way the world changes.
Because they've got effectively a battle cruiser belt, and they're using 9 12-inch guns, which first-generation battle cruisers is fair. Also, Rishi's pointing out, Foxo, STS is marginally better at splinter catching, but it's nothing really that magical versus the armor that was used from the sound.
Standard prep seal.
No.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, the big all welded construction.
That will help.
That will
I'm
help.
just considering, compared to the metallurgy of the belt itself, it's going to be a significant jump from that period.
To my understanding, to my understanding of the Alaska's configuration and the benefits of STS steel, they're going to have a weird, I guess if you were going to put it in RPG terms, damage threshold, where below a certain point it will be able to soak a tremendous amount of damage. But if you hit it in the right spot, or if you hit it hard enough with a single hit, it's going to take much more damage than a true battleship or battle cruiser, one word, would.
It's also the fact it's got the cruiser subdivision behind it, but more of it's got a 12-inch 50, which is going to give it a very decent range. But again,
that's part of what I'm pointing.
How do I put this politely? It's a very good cruiser for World War II, and yes, its metallurgy it's got better armor in terms of the quality. But the thing is, in the World War I era, the armor was not really at the quality it should be for the guns that they were dealing with. The guns, in many ways, the armor development hadn't kept pace with the guns. By World War II, the armor's caught up with the guns. But in World War, especially if you consider this is going to be facing the German systems, and the 12-inch 50s, and the other weapons they have, as well as the 11-inch, it's not talking about taking on the British ships, it's talking about taking on the Axis ones, the German ones, primarily, the High Seas Fleet. Remember, they are the ones which are the longer cal, the 50 cals anyway, they are the longer cal, the higher cal guns. If it gets hit by them, if it actually gets in a fight where they can actually range and they can hit, the damage they're going to do is going to be dramatic.
Aren't these the 12-inch guns that the Alaskas have? I know it's a bit anecdotal and so it's probably oversimplified, that technically have the same penetration as some of the 14-inch guns that the older standards use.
Yeah.
Wait, that's not anecdotal, that's accurate?
There's a massive asterisk with that, isn't it, though?
Yes.
That's the
It's right-
14-inch 45 without the ballistic caps.
Yeah,
Still impressive.
It's very good,
For a 12-inch gun.
but it's a case. It's still a case of they, as I've said, they're armed with a very powerful mallet. They can do tremendous amount of damage. But the main problem for them is if they're caught in a battle like Dogger Bank, they're going to be dominant. If they're caught in a battle like Jutland, where they end up being engaged with a massive force engagement and dragged into that, that's when they're going to suffer.
Can we bring Rishi up? Because they've got some to say, and they're pretty knowledgeable about this stuff with what they do. Fleet.
Right.
Hey, Rishi.
Good evening. Hello. I just wanted to say, yes, it's true that the 12-inch 50 cal of the Alaskas does have more or less the same penetration as the older 14-inch 45 caliber guns at 0-degree angle, but not anymore if you look at like 30 degrees angle of hit. So at like 15 kilometers or higher, the penetration of the 12-inch really starts to drop off compared to the 14-inch, because the 14-inch shell is shorter bodied, and you know shorter body shells deal better with angles. So yeah, small comment.
Yeah, fair enough. Right, so I've got plenty of questions to be getting on with, so... Right. My waifu asks, who is here, were there any...
Just hang on. One second. Richelieu, did you just say not to underestimate short stacks?
Yes, they probably did.
Okay.
Which is funny. And even if it wasn't, it's still better to imagine they did, because it's funny. My waifu asked, was there any attempt to build Vanguard with 3x3 16-inch Mark 1 using Nelson's turrets instead of the 1542s? And would it be any different from Vanguard as we know her? I'm just gonna open the bidding, if I may, by saying that as far as I'm aware, I know spare, because obviously the Nelsons are in service, so spare barrels and linings for them exist, but I don't know if any spare turrets exist, which is one of the things behind the speeding up of, or it's one of the main catalysts behind the whole Vanguard program. It's not just spare barrels and spare liners, it's entire turret assemblies being available to be put into the ships fairly easily.
Yes.
That's the whole thing.
Yes, so that's why there's nothing done to consider using Nelson 16-inch guns. Not at all. Never once considered.
And at that point, yeah, and also at that point, there's also the elephant in the room of why would you just build a weaker Lion? If you're going to do that, just keep building the Lions with their new 16-inch guns.
And also, that wasn't the purpose of the the Vanguard. The Vanguard was make use of existing turrets and guns to give the Royal Navy allow them to more rapidly increase the number of capital ships. Remember, they wanted to end up with roughly 24 capital ships.
Yeah, and I mean, think about, and if you look at the plans as well, like they plan to take advantage of the retirement of the Revengers, because the Kiwis were to be modernized, but the Revengers were to go, and as the Revengers go, suddenly there's more spare 15-inch guns, and most importantly, guns and turrets.
Ultimately, I think it was planned to build up to 8 Vanguards.
Is that also including some of the older QEs being retired as well?
Yes, that's why not all the QEs are modernized.
Fair enough. And also, that is something else interesting. I know this is a little bit of a diversion, but hey, it's ramblings, is what we do. That's something else I find really interesting in Drake's Drum. The total absence of any Vanguards. And I can't believe we didn't notice it at the time in the first look-through.
I think we did.
Did we?
We did. Yes.
I'm pretty sure we brought this up.
I'm pretty sure that was one of the things Drac talked about at one point.
Certified fleet moment.
Certified. I cannot remember my own fucking show. I hope. Bone Meal Boy asks, unless anyone else has anything they want to add about that.
No.
Previous question. No? No one else? No? No. Foxo Dragon
British
from Moe?
did still have spare 16-inch turrets.
Hmm?
I thought the British did have a set of spare 16-inch turrets.
No.
Not as far as I'm aware. Spare barrels, absolutely, but don't think any of they had any spare turrets.
No, it didn't have any spare turrets. It was only building 2-foot nettle rods, so they only built 6 turrets.
Mm-hmm.
Or did they not have any the older 16-inch turrets they started to make?
There were no older 16-inch turrets made.
That's the thing. The G3s were so late to the Washington Treaty Party in terms of when they were laid down. The long lead items were ordered, but I don't think even construction had begun. Like, that's the thing.
Well, they were. The 6 turrets would refer, which were actually under production or what become the base for nettle rod turrets.
Ah, fair enough. Well, they are.
Oh, okay, so I thought they made all 4 sets.
No.
Bowmill Boy asks, how did the Kriegsmarine plan to use turbines as torpedo tubes in commerce raiding? Finishers, basically. The torpedo tubes are basically for killing crippled targets, ideally merchantmen. It basically means Tirpitz can come up alongside a merchant ship she's crippled and stopped, and sink it with a torpedo, at the cost of basically no usage of her limited stock of shells for her secondaries or her primary battery.
Yes,
Which is to say it's a bad idea.
Yes. Terrible idea, but you know.
But if I remember correctly, it was also outed as a way to force a disengagement if you needed to.
You could use it that way as well.
By putting torpedoes in the water, you can cause a Royal Navy battleship that's chasing you to rethink its current approach, shall we say.
Yeah, but that always the case is predicated upon there only being one battleship in the water behind you. If there's more than one, then you cause one to have to maneuver around, and the other one goes, "Oh, well, I'll just keep firing you until they join back up, shall I?"
And then, of course, forgetting the fact that if there are 2 battleships with you, or heck, if there's even one, what if they've got a friendly flotilla of friendly destroyers?
And
with
cruisers.
them? Yeah,
and other
exactly.
assets,
Yeah,
yes.
it's this.
Yeah,
this
but-
feels like look, the whole scuttling merchantmen with torpedoes. I can absolutely agree with. Like, it makes sense to preserve your limited amount of shells. But
Really? It wouldn't be make more sense to have a slightly bigger magazine because you can carry more shells in that space than you can carry torpedoes.
I don't.
And then you
think,
don't have a huge torpedo magazine.
I
space?
don't think she carried reloads for her torpedoes. I think she had the 80 in the tubes, and that was it. I think.
I would also like to point out that, especially in the early war, even the United States had issues producing enough torpedoes of all types.
Yeah, I don't
So,
think she had. I will just check this, Alex, but I don't think Tirpitz had reloads or the ability to conduct reloads for her torpedoes.
I think
she
on a
just.
base.
I think she. No, she did just. She did just carry those deck-mounted tubes and the torpedoes in them. She didn't carry any reloads.
Yeah, I suppose the way you could justify it's the antiquated idea of why did dreadnoughts have torpedo tubes.
Again, yeah, it's basically a finishing move. It's okay, we've rendered you combat ineffective, but we don't want you being salvaged. Your crew's getting off. We're gonna wait for them to get off, or your crew is abandoning ship. There's not gonna be too much more death by us putting a torpedo into your guts to make sure you do go down.
That don't really make sense though, because you can do that with a pair of 4-inch shells or an 88s.
Well, no, you can do, but no, Fox. I was talking about in terms of why dreadnoughts and pre-dreadnoughts had torpedoes. That's why.
Well,
also, my dreadnoughts and pre-dreadnoughts had torpedoes.
Remember correctly, it was because of how
it was part of the battle line engagement. Yes.
Yeah, and it was specifically a part of how strategists thought you could force a disengagement, if I remember correctly.
It was also for how you could break up your opponent's battle line by by firing torpedoes at them to force them to reconfigure their battle line.
Yes,
so if you look at it in the way of it's an archaic thought process of how battleship combat works, it sort of does still make sense.
Mm-hmm.
It's just one of those things of reality says hi.
Yeah.
I suppose it works if you assume that Ron Navy's going to throw one fast battleship at you.
I mean, and it does also work in the whole. I mean, the thing is, Fox.
Because they get installed relatively early, do they not?
Yeah. Yeah, but
Like,
I will point
post-Bismarck.
out, Foxo, as U-boats did find when they were operating with either the Type 9s with the 105 or the Type 7s with the 88, it takes a surprising amount of shells to put a freighter down. Whereas it only takes
Depends
one
what the freighter's
torpedo.
carrying.
Yes, true, but
True. Because I admit, but the thing is, those figures get horribly distorted by U-boats shooting at a. I know there's one example of it where they were shooting at a merchantman who 60% of their cargo was cork for the RAF.
True, that is true. We're not going to lie, but I will point out, if you take out the outliers, you're still looking at 60 to 80 rounds on average. Now, bear in mind that's including ships that are more resistant and ships that aren't. So, if we take out those outliers as well, you're still looking at 40 rounds.
You're looking at depends. Are you looking at 40 rounds per ship or 40 rounds per convoy?
Per ship.
And I do feel obligated to point out that there are degrees of sinking.
Yeah.
There is the with no further intervention by trained damage control crew, this ship will sink, and there is only God themselves could save the ship sinking. And most of the times, I think the U-boats were going for, there's no way this ship can be saved by mortal hands at this point.
Yeah.
Which is going to take more rounds unless you touch off a fuel store or an ammunition store.
Although,
you have a particularly spicy cargo on board.
It's forcing a sinking in a set time frame which fights it.
Yeah. Although I will point out that there is also a counter argument that I'm surprised no one's made. In fact, I was expecting Alex to make it. I'm surprised he hasn't, because it is actually the most thorough argument against. You're a battleship. If you're stopping to sink a ship with a torpedo, send a boat aboard with scuttling charges, for goodness sake.
Why the frigate are you stopping to sink a merchant ship in the first place? Nicely, surely a lesson of the Scharnhorst of Gneisenau nearly having a run-in with a Rodney persuasion is enough evidence that you should not be slowing down to that point.
No, I agree with that as well. I mean, I will point out, and I will admit that I am operating under the classical way in which you commerce raid with a warship. Or a Hilfskreuzer. So, but Dr. Clark is quite correct. In World War II, as a heavy surface raider, you shouldn't be stopping. He's absolutely right. I am talking from the classical perspective of how you do a Gerda Kursk, a war against trade, as a surface vessel, but World War II is well outside of that period, and Dr. Clark is absolutely right.
I, as the at least second queerest person on this panel here, I feel moderately obligated to point out that the way Dr. Clark phrased that statement now makes me think that there is a HMS Rodney sexuality or sexual attraction. I don't know what to do with this information.
All I'm gonna say is,
look,
some people get train autism, some people get plain autism. I have met several people, especially of the older persuasion, who have oil tanker and container autism.
I'm not gonna like it. I can understand it.
There's an old man, but regularly sits in his car with fish and chips, watching Felix the Harbour every time I've been there, and he can name you every single container ship, it's displacement that's come through the hub. I'm half convinced he's a Soviet spy.
The old man who lives in the crisps. Anyway. So, unless anyone has anything else they want to add to that, shall we move on?
When do I get a raise?
Typical.
Promise me a raise.
When I have money. Anyway, typical gunnery officer asks, do you think look, I need money. Speaking of, I'll have to poke our colleague again, Alex, on the thing again.
Yes, you will do. And there's a nice way to welcome you. That is what you have to continually do.
I'll poke him privately again. Anyway, typical gunnery officer, do you think modern strategic bombers like the B-2, B-1, and B-52, among others today, are mostly being used as missile carriers or lobbers against targets belonging to a peer adversary? Do you think conventional carbonic bombing against a peer adversary is too dangerous nowadays? So, okay. First of all,
cyclic when you need them.
Yeah. Well, first of all, it depends entirely on which platform we're talking about here. So, and most importantly, well, first things first, I'm going to rule out this. Conventional carpet bombing with unguided iron bombs against a peer adversary is flat out too dangerous to do, even for something like a B-2 Spirit bomber. However,
Rick, I just correct you for a second. It's not that it's too dangerous, it's just that it's obsolete.
But it is obsolete and too dangerous as well.
No. Why would you bomb with dumb bombs when you can do the job with a third of that amount of JDAMs?
Yeah, but anyway, just to get back to my point. Beyond the ending of that second part of the question, in regards to the first part, it depends entirely on the platform. Against a peer adversary, B-52 is basically only good for missile carrying. You do not want that, and it's very good at that job, but you do not want that B-52 going anywhere near opposing air defense or air opposition. Just you don't. In the same way the Russians have been cagey about their Tu-95s in Ukraine. You just do not want that anywhere near anything that can engage it on the ground or in the air. When it comes to B1, because B1 is operated by the US, if the air conflict is going the US's way and they have suppressed the air defenses enough, you could theoretically build a scenario where you could penetrate B1 Lancer through an opponent's integrated air defense grid and their air defense aerial forces to conduct bombing missions in the enemy rear. It is possible to construct a scenario where B1 with its high speed can actually do that job if you clear a path for it. And in regards to B2 and incoming B21, as we saw, those aircraft absolutely can operate in a high threat environment fairly safely. Well, as safely as bombers can do in the modern era. But the thing is with B1, B2, Foxo's quite right. You're going to be delivering things like JDAM. You're going to be delivering things like those massive bunker busters the US dropped on Iran. That's what strategic bombers do. They basically deliver payloads that no other aircraft can, or they hit numbers of targets in one sortie that no other aircraft can. Basically. They absolutely do have their roles to play in a peer conflict, but it depends entirely on the platform as to what role that is. Does anyone else have anything they want to add?
Yes.
Depends on what stage of the conflict you're in.
Okay, I'm going to go from the top down, so Foxo first.
Because there's the old joke of, if your CB2's flying overhead, your country is fighting. Your CB1's flying over the head, your country is losing. If your CB52's flying overhead, your country is lost. And those strategic bombers, if they're doing conventional bombing, you are that late into those campaigns that yeah, you've got bigger issues.
Yeah, like B1 and B when you see the B2s, B1 and B52 will still be doing sorties. You just won't be seeing them because of the ordnance they're carrying and how they're delivering it.
Yeah.
When you're done, Foxo.
Pretty much done.
Okay, Robanon, floor's yours.
Realistically, you're not going to use Spirit or Raider for carpet bombing. You are going to use those platforms for surgical strikes or precision strikes.
Yeah.
Because they are extremely, extremely expensive, extremely low production rate airframes. And you don't want to lose them in a mass bombing campaign.
No.
That is what you have B1 for, that's what you have Spirit for, and that's what you have some of the... This is not technically a bomber, but it carries more ordnance than many World War II bombers.
Robanon, I'm just gonna stop you. You literally said just then that you wouldn't want to lose them in a mass bombing campaign, and you said that's what you have B2 and B1 for, even though those are the platforms you said you wouldn't want to lose.
I missed a 5, and I said B2 and B21 to start with. I know I said B2 and B21 to start with. I missed the 5 on the B52.
Right, so
Okay.
so B-52 and F-15 are the ones you use for mass bombing if for some reason you need to do mass iron bombing in the modern era, which I question why you wouldn't appear conflict.
No, you would use bones, you would use lancers, and stratofortresses for your mass bombing if you need to do strategic level mass bombing for whatever reason. But you're not going to use 21 and 2, Spirit and Raider, for strategic scale mass bombing.
No. I mean, you can still do
Yes,
precision.
scary.
You can still do precision strike with B1. Like I said, I'm gonna open the floor to Runon. Do you think I was wrong in saying that if you've set the conditions correctly, you can penetrate a B1 strike package through an enemy air defense if you've got the setup for it?
You can, and my statement doesn't contradict that state.
That's what I wanted to check. We're on the same page there.
Yeah, I'm just saying that you are not going to use a what is currently a very low observable asset in mass formations to do mass saturation bombing.
I'm actually going to contest you on that because arguably against high value targets, a squadron, because that's the mass formation of strategic bombers at this point, a squadron against high value targets, that's sort of one of the primary uses of B-21 and B-2. Because quite frankly, they're the only aircraft that can get large amounts of ordnance while the enemy air defense is intact on a high value target and not get shot down.
Knight.
Yeah, but they're still
just very quickly.
Go ahead, Fleetman.
Knight. You're saying, yes, it is the modern SAM defenses, the bomber will be shot down before it reaches its target. We have verifiable proof that is simply not true. For example, the Gulf War. Iraq had, arguably, one of the most thick integrated air defenses in the world. Yes, it was built in the old style, but it's still the case. And prior to that being reduced in any way in the opening of Operation Desert Shield, F-117s the stealth fighter, which is actually a light bomber, but still roll with me here, flew right into the heart of Baghdad through the thickest belt of radar and SAM coverage that Iraq could put up, including, at that point, some of the best radars and SAMs the Soviet Union could produce and ship out, and still deliver their ordnance and got out. And from what we know, B2 is stealthier than F-111 was, and B-21 is stealthier than B-2.
Yes, but there is massive asterisks there.
Go on.
of course, obviously, you're operating under the presumption you're not delivering a strike package, which will involve a lot of other planes making sure that damn bomber gets through.
Yeah. 16 doing speed.
But it's also the issue with using the Gulf War as an example is that's arguably the first time the F-117 gets thrown at an organised air defence. But that doesn't really have a frame of reference for it. And as much as I would love to say that the capabilities of B2, B-21 make it invincible and it'll always get through.
Oh no, I'm not saying it always gets through, but the whole...
Let her finish.
But if for a moment you take your eyes off just how lethal air defenses actually are, it will not hesitate to rip your throat out.
I mean, yes, Foxo, but...
Yes,
I mean...
because remember, Desert Storms, if I remember correctly, still saw aircraft losses.
Well, yes, absolutely.
The largest concentration of air power since World War II. And that air defense has still got its licks in against the US Air Force.
Oh no, completely, and I'm not denying that. But we've only had one case of a stealth aircraft being shot down, and that's literally because the Serbs got lucky, not through any form of skill or systems.
And that was 30 years ago.
No. The Serbs did get lucky, but the Americans got sloppy, and the Serbs noticed a pattern that they were able to exploit.
They literally caught the F-117 with its bomb bay doors open. That's literally the only reason they shot it down.
But the B-21 have that flaw because you can't get rid of it.
I think that's literally where the whole bit of the luck part came in.
Yeah.
Yes. There is luck in shooting down that 117. However, saying that it was pure luck is not accurate because the air defense teams actually had a plan and it worked and it took advantage of Americans getting overconfident.
No, I agree with that, but they literally, if they had been a second later with their sweeps, they wouldn't have caught the F-117.
No, it wasn't even meant. No, even actually, that's not correct because there wasn't meant to be a sweep then.
Yeah, but
it was that the person in charge of it felt something was off and ordered a third sweep, which was against what they would normally do.
Because they got an irregular return. Because birds don't flock alone. And there was a lone radar target the size of a bird. It was irregularity that caused the third sweep, which caused the 117 to be found.
I just say I'm getting a full shipshape commentary coming through from various members of Shipshape who are listening into this.
I am part of Shipshape. Why can't I see this? Oh, don't tell me you're using the old bloody chat again.
Most of them are coming in. Fleet doth speak, and he is therefore wrong.
Not this shit.
Can I just finish this?
This is turning into a full Shakespeare special from all of them.
But you have to remember, the Gulf War and the Yugoslav wars at this point are closer to the Falklands War than they are to modern combat.
Mm-hmm.
And quite frankly, we don't know shit about how the rest of the world has reacted to stealth aircraft. And how any contemporary of America, be it what the Russians have cooked up, what the Chinese have cooked up, what the Americans have cooked up against their own aircraft.
We do have a we do know what the Russians will do. No, we do. We do actually.
We don't.
The F-35 raids into Iran before the Israelis went full ham into Iran. The Israelis sent F-35s against an Iranian target when the Iranian air defense system was still operational and the Iranian Air Force still exists, and the Iranians didn't detect them, didn't even shoot them down. The
Yes.
F-35s hit their target and went home.
That's a really bad example. Because that was an airstrike when there wasn't a declared state of war.
Also, that was Iran.
Yeah, and it's
Yeah.
like, we don't know. And because of
Iran's-
the stealth aircraft, we won't know for the next 70 years of what this year's contemporary stealth counter is. Because if the Americans find out how the Chinese are countering their stealth, they will counter the counter. So this is probably one of the biggest play the cards close to the chest things in Air Forces.
All
so
right.
we don't fucking know.
All right. I will admit you are correct. We don't fucking know.
And the Gulf War was 30 fucking years ago.
All right. Anyway, so there you are. Mod strategic bombing in a nutshell. Stealth is useful. B1s are still pretty good. B-52s are missile carriers. Basically, job done. Bone Meal Boy
Don't
asks...
forget, the last time, just one more thing. The last time a conventional carpet bombing was conducted, it was in the Vietnam War.
No. Afghanistan. The Russians in Afghanistan.
Oh yeah, the Russians did go ham
Bears.
with the bears. Yeah.
I guess, yeah, sure.
But if we're talking strategic bombing against a city or factory target, that was Vietnam.
And it has not been done ever since then by NATO forces, at least.
Yeah.
Let's go with that.
Yeah.
The Russians probably did a little bit, you know.
Bone Meal Boy asks, what if the KGVs have been fitted with single Nelrod-style torpedo tubes? I'm actually going to hand over my opening slot to Dr. Clark, since this is right up his alley, and I'm going to admit I'm not sure.
24.5 inch, is it?
But
think
why?
so.
Let's have the
Big
question.
torpedoes.
What if the KGVs has been fitted with single Nelrod-style torpedo tubes? That was the question.
They wouldn't have been, but if they had been, the British would have been really annoyed because they'd have gone back 20 years in battleship design and concept. The thing is, the British were looking at using big torpedoes again, but they were looking at them for cruiser quad mounts and destroyer quad mounts. The British were looking at their own. There's a really interesting scenario where World War II, if it holds off till 1941, the British have potentially a supermarine torpedo bomber instead of the
bomber.
Well, they have a submarine fighter coming into service, but there's also potential that instead of the Barracuda, they get to go with a supermarine boat. There is a really cool supermarine torpedo bomber being developed. There is also quite a good chance that the British have gone with a heavier, longer range torpedo because they keep looking at trying to get longer range torpedo engagement for their destroyers, and the only way they can do it is make them bigger. So there's a reason that a lot of British destroyers built from about 1935 onwards seem to have really heavy duty mounts for the size of torpedoes they're carrying, almost as if they are spec'd to be easily upgraded to have fit larger torpedoes. But realistically, probably. Well, they're usually they're looking at they're currently fitted with 21-inch torpedoes. They were looking at going up to 24-inch.
Fair enough. Jolly good.
Or is it?
Is anyone else?
Well, let's put it this way: if you give the British 24-inch torpedoes by the time World War II begins in their destroyers and all those things, add in the range, you're talking about a British equivalent to the Long Lance.
Yeah.
But without the liquid oxygen, pure oxygen, kaboom factor.
Indeed.
Most likely not.
Well, I mean,
so it won't have quite the same high speed or range, but it will still have a fairly decent operational capability, which will probably cause problems. Basically, World War II, if the longer it holds up, and this is what drives to extent some of the appeasement plans. The longer it holds off, the better it does work out for the British in terms of the tech they've got coming through. But realistically, again, this is the problem with appeasement: is in theory it works out good for you. In practice, it doesn't. In practice, if you'd gone earlier, then the other side were even less well prepared than you were.
Right.
It only sort of works in the context of we think the enemy's more prepared than they actually are.
Yes.
Because the British bought hook, line, and sinker into Goebbels' propaganda of the 4,000 aircraft Luftwaffe.
Yeah.
The British political class did. The British intelligence estimates were consistently disagreeing with it.
Yeah, although to be fair, although to be fair, the RAF was going, no, let them believe it. We get more money.
Don't bring up Trenchard, please. Don't bring up Trenchard.
It's not even Trenchard. It's various people in Slessor really who's doing most of the political arguments at that point. But yeah, it's what you're dealing with a lot there is the fact that the Air Ministry is mostly focused on getting more bombers up until they are forced to get fighters.
Although to be fair, they do come out with some winners when they are forced. Spitfire and Hurricane.
Yeah, but think of how many lives could have been saved if they did that earlier.
I'd actually argue the opposite. I think if they'd have done that earlier, you probably would have entered World War II with a British equivalent to the Bf-109 rather than an absolute world beater like Spitfire, which was the absolute cutting edge.
Oh God, here we go.
All righty then. So fleet is Spitfire. The Spitfire comes from what series of races that Supermarine was engaged in?
The Schneider Cup.
Yes, and that was all about developing fighters for which branch of the armed forces?
The Navy.
Yeah. It was quite heavily focused on, as far as the Navy was concerned, they were the ones who continued to fund Supermarine and often bought the fighters off them even after they procured and taken over by Vickers, because Supermarine were owned by Vickers. Now, the fun thing is, and this is an interesting question, is did the RAF fighter program happen because they were suddenly able to procure fighters, or did they muscle in and take over the naval fighter program
to
get fighters?
I mean, to be fair, Dr. Clark is right there, but I've also just realised I've literally shot myself in the foot here because there is a British equivalent to Bf-109. It's called Hurricane. That's literally the direct
I was waiting for you to remember that, but in the nicest way, I'll deal with the fact that the number of messages coming from the WhatsApp group of the amoeba is wrong again.
The fact that you all have a WhatsApp group that I am not in is frustrating in the extreme. And also, for those of you who are listening, Dad, stop it. Drac, I swear to God, don't even dare. Drac, don't start with me. For the love of God, I know you have on the plate, but don't start with me. Garius, Garius, I don't know you that well. You're all right. Dr. Dan,
you should really not
something. Glyn, you're an absolute legend.
Shush for a second.
Glyn, you're an absolute legend. I have nothing against you. Rock on.
They're currently debating whether amoeba or neonate is the correct term.
God damn it, lads. Come on, cut me some slack.
Nah.
Anyway.
Here's your reminder that, to get back on topic, that a part of the reason the RAF gets its early form of Hurricane Mark 1s is because they're bought by an Indian prince, of all people, and gifted to the British government.
By the way, Dan says he's not excluding you. He's sending you the messages as well.
Yeah.
Is he? Is he? I'm looking. I'm not.
I don't know why you're having a problem with it, because for the last 45 minutes, I just keep hearing boop, boop, boop out of my phone.
I have WhatsApp open on my desktop. I'm looking. I have Mikasa montage, and I don't have anything else. Unless WhatsApp is fucking with me.
You're looking, but your eyes are closed.
Yeah.
Anyway, moving swiftly onwards to something that I think we can... You know what, sorry, the Ship Crew will probably have opinions on. Yeah, all right, you can finish.
But it's like, the RAF would get fighters. They had to get funding from creative places.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also I should clarify, neonate is actually referring to Foxo because she referred to the Gulf War and Balkans as being a long time ago. Which apparently
It's not just me. It's not just me.
I should clarify that one. Yeah.
Well, there's a reason I've called on Ruinal Simmer the chapter's youngest aspirant.
Anyway, so we're gonna have one last question to finish off because I do have an interview tomorrow for a job, so I can't stick around too long.
The fact is, Runon is the person here who makes me feel youngest.
Anyway, Admiral. So Admiral Wells has asked two related questions, stretched around the night question. So I'm gonna group them together into one question in order to have a nice thing to end off on. Admiral Wellesley asks, for some ungodly reason, General MacArthur has not demilitarized Japan after World War II. The year is 1955 and you are tasked to modernize Nagato. What do you do? And the second part is adding on to the last question. How would you go on modernizing the surviving cruisers and carriers? In regards to the latter question, quite simply, by 1955, I would not. Given how long they will have been sat around doing not much, and the fact that they will be well life expired by this point, I would probably scrap them and use the funds to build new...
Interruption.
Okay.
Fleet, have you forgotten the Korean War?
Mm-hmm.
They will not have been sat around doing nothing. They will have been very busy in the Korean War, like the Japanese Maritime Self-Defense Force historically was, when they provided almost 2/3 of the minesweeping assets in the conflict.
I'm going to use my interruption to say that the question, I'll reread it just to confirm, but the question seems to be based on a faulty premise. The scrolling, I made it out of clay. It's not General MacArthur's call
to demilitarize Japan.
Yes.
No, I know.
And before somebody says that General MacArthur is this political powerhouse who can do as he pleases up until Truman face checks him, he really isn't. Why do you think he got stuck in the South Pacific?
No, Rubinon is correct, and she is absolutely right, but I am trying to go with the spirit of the question. I'm gonna replace MacArthur with, for some ungodly reason, Japan has not been demilitarized after World War II. Just remove MacArthur from the picture.
But again, those units would not have been around doing nothing during the Korean War. They'd have been heavily involved.
That's true, and I'm not denying that. But I did say that it wasn't so much just being around not doing anything. It's also being life expired and in a bad way, given the state they were in after the war. In particular, the cruisers, I suppose, if I have to rebuild the carriers, I can. Hang on. I'm going to let Dr. Clark talk about what cruisers Japan has left, since he probably can talk at greater length about it, while I just go look at the carriers. Dr. Clark, what cruisers did Japan have left at the end of World War II that could realistically be brought back into service to serve through to 1955?
Honestly, the cruisers were Taiko, which was scrapped in 1946, Myoke, and Tone. There's also Aobi, Haguro, and Ashigara, badly damaged, but they are still alive. Those are the 6 surviving cruisers.
That's not really filling me with a great deal of confidence.
There's not really a lot. Tako is actually sunk historically by the British as a target ship in 1946. Myoko is scuttled historically. Tone is surrendered to the Allies and scrapped. Ashigara is surrendered to the UK in 1945 and scrapped. Aobe is surrendered and scuttled again to the British. Haguro is surrendered to the British and scuttled again. So if let's say the British have decided to give them back to the Japanese will probably have had to rebuild them.
Yeah.
Before 1950 anyway, which means they've already been heavily rebuilt, which means they will have had a life extension program sort of thing done on them, which means they could still be useful for about the next 20 years.
I mean,
so probably still be useful till about 1970.
I mean, given the state of the Japanese economy, I am just going to question and say, Tone, fair enough. She is the most modern heavy cruiser available. I can see her. I can see the work being done with her. Fair enough. But I question any of the Takawas that are left being rebuilt. They are older ships. I don't think they're worth. Tone, I absolutely agree, and the Albas as well. I absolutely agree on as well. So the Albas.
We're forgetting about Sakawa.
Hang on. What did you say?
We're forgetting about Sakawa, the Lasagano.
The light cruiser.
Still around.
But I
was starting with the heavy cruiser. I was working from heavy cruisers down.
If we've
That's
got...
why I was talking about the heavy cruisers. Then there's the IGN don't have many light cruisers to begin with, but they do have some surviving. I do admit, but I was starting off with the heavy cruisers because let's be honest, the which is going to have the most space to be upgraded, potentially to have missiles and those things. I mean, it's your heavy cruisers.
And I mean, also the Tones are basically ideal for it. That entire off section is just begging for a Terrier or Talos refit. Yeah.
I would say honestly, if you've got 3 surviving Myokos, those and the Tone would be what I'd be concentrating on because that's 3 ships of a similar class. Iobe as well is a fairly good vessel, and also the Myokos are fairly good ships to work with.
They are, but they're old. They're very old, the Myokos, by this point, and Alba especially so. That's the thing. I mean, with Alba,
Focus boat.
Yes, but I think
the Myokos are not that old.
They
1929.
They are. Yeah, I mean,
they're commissioned 1929. Nachi was 1928.
I think
they're not that old in terms of cruiser age in this period.
Okay, I'll tell you what. Can we square the circle? I think Alba's too small for reworking as a cruiser, but she might be reworked into something else. I think the Myokos get a refresh in terms of their engines and a completely reworked secondary battery and fire control radar fit, but nothing more than that. I think Tone is the one that really gets the working over. And as for the Agano class like cruisers, which are still around, Sakawa, I think they could be repurposed as what the US calls originally post-war destroyer leaders. Sort of what
they are designed to be destroyer leaders.
No, but you get what I mean. That sort of...
That was what they were designed for.
The problem is, of course... So, in regards... So I think we're agreeing on the Myokos. Question is with Tone, if we're going to rebuild her in 1955, I think Terrier and Talos are around at that point. I guess it's kind of like we're dealing with the latter half of the question first, but sure. I think the Myokos are going to have to be rebuilt as gun cruisers. I don't think they have the space for anything else. But we can do a reasonable job. If we remove the...
Yeah, the Terriers around...
If we remove the... with the Myokos, if... Dr. Clock, that aft-facing forward mount behind the forward superfiring? If we remove that should buy us enough weight to... fit US 3-inch automatic AA, radar, modern fire control systems. And that still gives us an 8-inch gun broadside, which in the post-war period is acceptable, I would argue. Would you agree with that?
You could do some modifications, but also I would say with a Tone, you'd only be fitting Terrier, not Talos.
I mean...
especially, Talos doesn't come in till at the end of the 50s.
I mean,
Terrier comes in at the beginning to middle of the 50s.
I mean, if we do... Yeah, and also if Japan isn't militarized, they're not going to be sharing Talos, yeah. So if we do... But the thing is, if we're doing Terrier, we might be able to get away with a... Given the space available, we might be able to get away with 2 twin-arm aft, along with directors for all 4 of those missiles.
Well, that's probably what you can, and especially if you can get rid of B turret.
No, I'm talking about Tone, not the Myokos. Even without...
No, I'm talking about Tone. I'm getting rid of the B turret, the raised turret. The raised 8-inch turret.
With Tony, I don't even think you need to, given the size of her.
No,
if you remove the hanger...
you are going to reduce the top weight quite considerably if you get rid of the raised turret forward, which allows you more space to put up directors, etc., and things without affecting the ship's balance.
I mean, with the massive hangar space that Tony actually has,
Hangar is a large, bulky, empty space.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Okay, I mean, if we got her to 6 guns and we make her into an air defense ship, yeah, no, honestly, that's fine. And especially if we've got the 3 reworked Miyokos to work with her as the gun arm, that's not a bad idea. Now then, the only remaining Agano, Sakawa. I would honestly do a 1-for-1 replacement, as expensive as it's going to be, trading her twin 6-inch mounts for single... And the reason why I'm doing this, for single 5-inch 56s, the auto-loading guns, and then a 3-inch battery midships, along with much better radars and radar direction for those guns. Because honestly, in the era they're heading into, that makes them much more useful. But I'm interested to hear what Dr. Clark, Moe, and everyone else... Because the Aganos are the one thing I'm most unsure about. In terms of rebuild. Of the cruisers we've got to work with. So please, fire away.
Depends on what you're trying to do with it.
I'm trying to create a large destroyer leader that's got up-to-date radar fire control and modern auto-loading guns.
And, I mean, to be fair, why single mounts?
I don't think the US built a 5-inch 56 twin that they fielded. I know they prototyped it, but I don't think they fielded it.
Okay, so I'm working on the carriers issue.
Yeah, I looked at that. We've got...
You don't have much choices because Hosho is...
Yeah, she's not really an option. We've got Ruiho, the light carrier, and we've got Katsuragi, and that's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
You've actually got more than that. In fact, in nicest way, you've got Katsugari, Kasaki, and Aso.
I mean,
because if you've not been demilitarized,
you could finish them.
You finish off Kasagari and Aso, and you wouldn't keep Rio.
I mean, if you keep, I mean, if we have 3 light,
and that gives you 3 decent fleet carriers and possibly a Kome as well.
I mean, if we can rebuild. If the RN can rebuild the light fleets to take jets, there's no reason these can't be rebuilt to take jets either, with angled flight decks.
No, if you consider that they are all light fleet carrier equivalent, so that's what I would go.
They're actually bigger.
Yeah. So if you've got Katsugari, Kasaki, Aso, and Ikoma, you've got a good set of 4 to build around.
Yeah. And then of course we come to the big thorny issue in arguably the first part of the question, which is. We have to rebuild Nagato. I'm sat here internally screaming, why we have a Terrier-equipped cruiser, why do we need Nagato?
To be fair, you got a little bit more than just Nagato to deal with.
But the point is, like, why are we rebuilding Nagato? Like...
She is a fairly old vessel. She is a vessel which was first commissioned in 1920 at this point. She is... very, very old. She's already had one major rebuild. So basically, you're keeping her going as a status unit.
I mean, Tone with Terrier is a better surface combatant than Nagato is, because Terrier is a dual-purpose missile. Like, if you point the Terrier's directors at a surface target, that'll kill it. And it'll do it, and it'll arguably do it better than Nagato's 16-inch guns will, given the period.
Probably, but what you probably do, and this is going to sound terrible, but probably what you do if you're rebuilding Nagato in a Terrier era is you take off, I don't know, probably X turret and replace it with a Terrier system.
That's not going to survive.
And it gives you a second Terrier ship.
You can't.
It's not going to survive you firing Y turrets. So if you take off X and Y, then you have 2 Terrier equipped ships.
That's true. You could do that, but again, I think I think you did highlight quite well the main problem with this. She's a very old ship at this point.
Oh
And-
yeah,
Well-
this is not a ship. This is not
Now-
a ship which is being used for anything other than shore bombardment. But in Korea, she's going to be incredibly useful for shore bombardment.
I mean, Dr. Clock, I would
So,
actually,
hang
I
on.
would actually do.
and with Japan's issue with controlling their islands versus the Soviet Union
Yeah.
and protecting them from the Soviet Union, something which can do massive shore bombardment and support for naval operations could actually be very, very attractive.
Dr. Clark, I actually think
No.
you've hit a nail. Hang on, 1 minute, moment, just very, very quickly. I think you've hit the nail on the head. I don't think you Terrier her. I think you rebuild her to be a status symbol with mostly as she was, casemates included, but you give her a much more modern radar fit and a better Western fire control fit. But the only thing you really change apart from that is her 5-inch baskets for 3-inch autoloading AA. And she's basically an asset that goes everywhere with protection. But given that we're refitting her and we have hindsight, she's also basically perfectly tailor-made for a museum ship later down the line.
I think they probably fit Terrier on it on the aft, but carry on.
Go on, Moe. Moe?
So hang on. Wait, this refit's being done in 55.
Yeah, we're assuming she served through the Korean War, and that's why the Japanese are refitting her for some reason, I guess.
My question would be if the state of so the state of Tony at the end of the war is
Questionable.
yes.
We're basically doing a great
we need-
rebuild on her to bring her to this.
Yeah,
Terrier
but do we need
state.
to consider some of the other capital units that is in similar state to Tone and would Japan raise and rebuild them?
Like what?
How to know?
I mean, Nagato is one thing, but raising and rebuilding a Congo? I would question the validity. At least Nagato has guns appropriate for the era she's setting into. Okay, I know. Like, before anyone shouts KGV at me, there is a world of difference between the KGV's 14-inch guns and the 14-inch guns on the Congos.
Yes, but for a period where you're using your battleships mainly for shore bombardment, is the 14-inch versus 16-inch academic?
Will an infantryman care that a 14-inch shell impacted near him than a 16-inch shell impacted near him? Or is he paced anyway?
And to be fair, there have been, in nicest way, sites which were sufficiently impacted by 4-inch shells fired by British, not an aircraft carrier, HMS Unicorn.
I mean, I understand that, but I'd also point out that the Congos are even older. I mean, if it was up to me, personally, and I have to have a big gun surface combatant, and we have the money to do these whimsical things...
I'd take the Congo.
No. I wouldn't take either. Get me a new build B-65, thank you very much. Get me a B-65 derivative.
You could do a Vanguard style thing with the 14-inch guns, or the various guns we found around Japan anyway.
Yeah, no, I actually, Dr. Glott, it's a good idea. If we salvage 3 of the 16-inch gun turrets from Nagato, we could build a fairly effective modern surface combatant. Or if we want to build 2, 3 from Nagato and 3 from a Congo, to create 2 ships that are the same in everything other than their main guns. Or
by the way, Yuki is also in the same condition as Harada.
Or if
there's a whole bunch of 14-inch guns that they took off of both Issei and Cuba.
Yeah, so the 14-inch
There's plenty of 14-inch turrets
the
around.
14-inch might be the better bet then. If you build, if we build,
there's enough. You don't need to salvage them off of.
It's gonna sound strange, but would Haruna be the better hull for the post-war period? given she's longer, she's a higher speed hull. And she's got a very, very long aft deck. Especially if you take out that raised deck aft turret.
The problem you've got is the sheer age of the hulls. That's actually
that's
with
14
with even Nagato, you're really starting to get into. It's really getting up there. Like if you want to
Basically, you build two 14-inch conversions or Vanguard starships to give yourself actual capability of large surface combatant you might decide you need. You keep Nagato going as basically a short bombardment / status ship. We still have a 16-inch gun ship.
Yeah. Alex, 8 14s or 6? 2 forward, 2 aft, or 2 forward, 1 aft?
6. You don't need it. You don't need more than that, especially not.
That's
to
what I
deal
was
with
thinking.
Why not just Rishi it?
Basically because you want the excuse to have that large space. If we're building these with hindsight, as I am, I want an excuse to have a large area aft that totally doesn't fit the space I need for Terria or Talos.
You build a Rishi. All forward armed.
Yeah, but you have to move the superstructure back. Then you have less space in the rear.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm doing it this way. I want the large space. I want the midship superstructure.
He literally wants to pop out the rear turret off for a Terrier.
Yeah, there's a reason why. There's a reason. No, you do realize that one of the reasons Jean Bar is retired when she is, despite her condition and her relative newness, is the fact that they can't actually pull what the Dutch do with the post-war De Reuters. And
you could always build an F3 style design, or rather an F2 style design.
Even then,
with the 3 twin turrets forward, and you could just make it longer, longer R structure, and design it for helicopters and things to land on.
Even that's given we'll be building this thing in the late 40s. That's not really gonna.
You could do something cursed. I know it's a cursed idea, but hear me out. What if you propose her as a battle carrier?
No, that's not gonna fly.
Oh, you've got all the guns in front.
We have four. We have four carriers.
Hear me out. You don't actually want to use her as a battle cruiser. Sorry, as a battle carrier. Wait, oh no, battle carriers are a bad idea. So why do we take off the flight deck and conveniently put on this missile armament?
Like the problem we've got is that's not going to fly.
The worst idea I've
we're
heard.
We're gonna be building these things in the late 40s, and they're going to be in commission by the time that. Because the thing is, I'm fitting Tone with Terrier, but for these ships I'm waiting for Talos. So they're gonna have to have a period in commission with their 14-inch guns and secondaries. So I need.
Idea is genius. Because a battle carrier is bad enough, you can go. We really need to rebuild this thing because it's shite.
I can't get that past the diet with 4 carriers in existence. It's not gonna fly. Funny.
Well, it's obvious. It's an obvious justification. It's obvious that carriers won the war. But we need a large service combatant to protect the carriers. More aircraft, more better.
Yeah, but the Diet could just point at Issei and being like, this is what happened when you did this.
Yeah, this didn't work.
Yeah, but you can always claim that Issei didn't work because previous leadership was incompetent.
That's not gonna fly. That's not gonna fly.
No, it's obvious. It wasn't the issue of the battle carrier was a bad idea. It's that the previous government got us into this position by being incompetent.
No, the battle carrier was a bad idea. Everyone in Japan at the time knew it was a bad idea. The reason they did it was because they were that fucking desperate.
Yeah, but that you'll just say it's revisionist and accuse them of being a communist and stick MacArthur on them.
No, that's not gonna. Moe, please help me here.
I would like to point out that for his last question,
when he allegedly has an interview tomorrow, Fleet deliberately picked the question that would send us the deepest into the weeds.
I
know.
I can't believe I did this. Anyway, I feel like we are now in the weeds.
I believe you did this.
We're
You're
now-
surrendering my battle for right there. I am a genius.
No, fuck
I would
you. You're
also
not.
say that, to an extent, Fleet has kind of forgotten just how many helicopters were running around. And the point I would make is that designing something for ASW helicopters in the early 1950s makes perfect sense, because you have the Chickasaw, aka Westland Whirlwind, wandering around. And you also, very shortly after that, of course, have the H-34, which of course becomes known as the Western Wessex.
Why didn't I think
Both of which are the early 1950s. So my point about making it having it forward being large surface combat and aft being helicopter hangar and helicopter ASW operations, considering there's some issues with submarines during World War II, I feel was not really considered properly by the panel.
Yeah, see, Dr. Clark
Holy
agrees with my battle
shit.
carrier idea.
Holy shit,
carrier,
Foxo, Dr. Clark, I'm sorry. You are
It's a
absolutely...
helicopter destroyer.
No. Dr. Clark has reminded me of something I had forgotten. And he's absolutely right, but not for the reason he thinks he is. The Japanese experimented with the autogyro off of some of their army carriers to do ASW work. So they are absolutely the people who would adopt this early. So no, he's absolutely right.
I did also talk about autogyros earlier, but I was giving you practical helicopters because they're available at that point. So the Japanese would have something as well.
Yeah. I can't believe that. Well, yeah, there we are then. Right.
You know, if you consider the Chickasaw, which is aka the Westland Whirlwind, comes into service in April 1950.
Yeah.
First flight was in 1949.
What is it with Westland and naming aircraft after the Whirlwind?
Who knows?
It's at least 3.
Yeah, they do have a habit. Right.
One of them was murdered by the RAF. I will bat for Baby Girl.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much everyone for watching. We have an awful lot more questions to get through, and we will get through them. If I can't transfer them before Friday, I'm going to ask my humble assistant Ruinon if she will helpfully transfer them. As far as I can see, there are no more no more YouTube questions, so it's just all of the yellow dots in Discord. So I will check in on Wednesday, and if you haven't got to it, I will get to it. But that's not just if you can, that'd be great. If you can't, no problem, I'll get to it. But anyway, thank you everyone for watching. Take care, and I'll catch you all. For those of you who are on YouTube, the next time you will see me live is Friday. And for those of you who are not on YouTube and who also follow me on Twitch, tune in tomorrow for the renewal of the Imperial Chinese Navy fighting Japan.